I feel like the first one will be the easy one.
There it is.
Thank you.
Grab a seat and ready to gavel.
All right, go for it. Good morning or good evening.
Watch what I do closely.
Okay,
Here we go.
you got it.
Oh, I gotta get connected, I guess. Forgot.
I'd like to call to order the regularly scheduled meeting of the Littleton Planning Commission, Monday, June 12th. Can we please have the roll?
Yes.
Thank you.
Commissioner Kruger,
Present?
Commissioner Schwartzbacher. Here. Commissioner Stallman,
Here.
Chair Rudnicki,
Here.
Commissioner Bolt,
Here.
Commissioner Corbett,
Here.
Commissioner Breidenbach,
Here.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Here.
and Commissioner Graham is absent tonight.
Thank you. Next up is approval of the agenda. We've been asked to change one of the items, item number 6, the public hearing, switch that to number 5. And does the general business then go afterwards, correct?
In the middle.
In the middle, correct.
Cocoon representing
Yes,
community development.
out of 3, that's
So-
in the middle.
So typically, general business is first. Right now, we're going to sandwich it right in the middle. We're going to have if it's up to you, to make a motion to approve this. Public hearing, general business, public hearing.
Right. We have,
Yeah, you're good. Go ahead. You want to do the agenda as amended?
yes, do we have a motion to amend the agenda?
So it is item 6A would be first, then 5A, and then 6B.
Yes. We have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second?
Second.
All those in favor, I think we just raise our hand. Any opposed? Thank you. Minutes to be approved. You have before you the abbreviated minutes, and if you were diligent, you watched it online. Do we have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We will vote on this. Any discussion?
I was not at the meeting, and I actually had not had a chance to
So
to
you'll
review it.
abstain.
So I'm going to abstain from voting on the minutes.
So am I. Thanks for letting us know.
All right. It's here somewhere. Everybody voted? Hard to see. Okay, we have 4 votes in favor, none opposed, 1 or 2 abstentions? 2 abstentions.
I'm sorry, Chair Rudnicki.
Oh, sorry.
Voted for it.
Okay, would you mind doing it one more time, please? I didn't have a full count up there.
Somebody,
Yeah.
there we go.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry,
5, 4, and 2 abstaining.
I'll leave it up a little bit longer. Thank you.
Somebody added theirs too.
Okay, next up is public comment. This is a chance for the public to speak on items that are not, at least public hearings. Other than public hearings, allowed to speak on any item. You have 3 minutes to speak. With 30 seconds left, Denise will be holding up a yellow card to say your time is limited. When 3 minutes are up, she will hold the red card up. We ask you to please be civil, speak clearly. We have a list here. If you haven't signed up, we'll still give you a chance to speak if you haven't signed up. First up, we have Don Bruns.
Flip it over.
Don, I should know your last name. Is it Bruns, B-R-U-N-S?
It is, Bruns.
I'll
Thank
try
you,
to remember.
Chairman Radinski. Good evening, Commissioners. Don Bruns, District 4. The disconnect between kinds of development that your May 22nd study session identified as goals for the Bellevue Corridor Plan and genuine planning goals is a big deal. Tonight, I'm following up on suggestions for genuine planning goals that were emailed to each of you last week. I believe you need these to get at the matters of character and brand that some members said should be addressed. These are also of great concern to citizens. 3 minutes only allows for verbally skimming the surface, so I'm providing you copies. But there's enough here for its own study session if you should happen to be interested. Page 1. Do you want to set goals for plan elements essential to do sound planning? Then make it your goal to address the 3 elements required to make it happen. First, outcomes or end results desired by the people being served. Second, community character conditions on which desired outcomes depend. And this graphic shows that because character is more than subjective philosophy, 8 different character types have been objectively defined. Third, project and program actions necessary to achieve both desired results and desired community character conditions. Page 2. Do you want to set goals for plan elements, do you want to set goals for a planning process essential to achieve what matters to most citizens? Then make it your goal to first assess both desired benefits and adverse outcomes undesired by citizens and other affected publics. Second, inventory both existing community character types and determine the specific conditions affected publics believe are necessary for their desired outcomes. Analyze that supply and demand, outline reasonable alternatives, and select the best one. Third, only then identify project and program actions so that they facilitate desired end results, avoid adverse impacts, and maintain desired community character conditions. Page 3. Do you want to set goals for a responsibly useful plan product? Then make it your goal to specify desired outcomes or end results as plan objectives. Second, specify desired community character types as management prescriptions. And third, identify projects and programs as implementing actions. Only if planners' chief concern turns out to be the immediate gratification of developers would they want to begin with project and program development. Some do, but when that happens, it puts the caboose first rather than last. It also ignores or dismisses other plan elements and ends up being a disservice to the people. Thank you very much. Be happy to answer any questions if you have them, but I'm out of time. Am I done?
You're done.
Thank you much.
We typically don't respond to public speakers. Thank you. Pam Chadbourne?
Don and I did not coordinate at all. I want to talk about the Bellevue Corridor planning process as well. First off, though, I'd like to ask you, when you changed the agenda, would you give a reason why? I would like to know. I think the public deserves the right to know.
Could you please speak with what you want to say? Go ahead.
I'm sorry?
Make your 3-minute speech, please.
I think I am.
Go ahead.
When you make a change to the agenda, I would like you to explain why, who asked for it, and why is the change being made. Also, for the sake of the recording secretary, it would be good not to have a hand vote. It's good to have for the record who voted what.
Okay. Could you please explain why we had a change in the agenda?
Not in my 3 minutes. So I wanted to say that for the planning process, you need to identify, this commission needs to identify and set parameters for the policy. This commission does not write the document. The staff does the document. You guys figure out the questions that we need answers to, and I mean we, so that the plan that's written can document the right outcomes, as Don talked about. So identify and set the parameters, how long into the future, what are the likely parameters of change, like traffic, business uses, residential uses, what are economically viable business uses in the area. We have an economic development department. Have them come and talk to you. What are viable for the area for the next 40 years? What are infeasible or risky? We need to know that. So especially to answer the Columbine Square urban renewal question. let staff come back with a schedule about how they're going to divide up that work. And then when they present those, you folks give them evaluations based on the data. I'm impressed that you all drove around, but the data must drive your decisions. And then let staff, based on that, generate some scenarios. Hear public input on those scenarios. And then you can proceed with the draft plans and reviews. And again, just what is the role of commissioners? Your role is to make decisions based on fact and data that serve the interests of our community and city. Again, I appreciate that you drove around, but I don't want a boulevard that is named a boulevard with a view of the mountains to be narrowed to two lanes. That reduces our quality of life. So no, please. Your role is to look at data and facts. And then it's not a win. The quality and feasibility and fit of the plan will determine its path. Don't approach it as a document. The staff does the document and define the outcomes for users and future users. And again, let me repeat, Don and I did not coordinate. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak before the Planning Commission? Seeing no rush to the rostrum, we'll go to our next item, which is our public hearing, item 6A, a resolution approving the South Bridge Plan Development, Fourth Amendment of Area K, to add assisted living, nursing home, memory care, and associated accessory uses to a portion of Area K of the South Bridge Plan Development, case number APD 16-0003. Before you give your...
I will explain, yes.
Before you give your staff presentation, we're going to allow the Planning Commission to look at the letters that were, that were handed out.
To give some background information about why staff requested that the agenda be modified. Okay, do that first and pause. So staff requested this because the way the documents were written, the PD amendment to Area K, Third Amendment, was for the smaller area and included both the north and south portions of the property. Therefore, keeping consistent with the Third Amendment, the Fourth Amendment reflects that outline, that property perimeter boundary. The plat, then the preliminary plat comes in and further subdivides that, but the amendment pertains to both portions, the entire surrounding area, and has not addressed the two individual lots yet. It's still for the larger unplatted portion. So it makes sense to staff to request that Planning Commission modify the agenda.
Thank you. I read that.
Any questions? See none. Let's take 3 minutes to let people read the letters.
Okay.
Thank you. Makes for exciting television. And if you can sneak in reading the others as we're going through the hearing, that'd be great. First up, we'll have a staff presentation.
Before that,
yes,
if you please, for disclosure purposes, I spoke with the community development director, who then communicated with the city attorney. I wanted to disclose that I'm on a volunteer board member for a 501c3 organization up in Denver called the Atlantis Community Foundation. And in the capacity of doing a redevelopment project for an affordable housing project, that entity engaged Harris Coker Smith, which is the applicant's representative tonight, to assist with a sale of a parcel of land that was contingent to or contiguous with the parcel that's being redeveloped. I had no financial interest in the project one way or the other. I had no contact with HKS. I do not believe that that relationship in my capacity as a volunteer board member is going to negatively impact my ability to render a fair decision based upon the evidence presented tonight, and I do not believe I need to recuse myself from the hearing, but I wanted the disclosure on the record accordingly. Thank you.
Any objection by any commissioner? Seeing none, we'll now have the staff presentation.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. Oh, just wanted to make sure it was turned off. Thank you. The voting board.
Votes were on.
Good evening, Planning Commission. Carol Kuhn, representing Community Development. The application before you this evening is Resolution 11-2017. It's a resolution approving the Southbridge Plan Development, Fourth Amendment of Area K to add assisted living, nursing home, memory care, and associated accessory uses to a portion of Area K of the Southbridge Plan Development. It's known as case number APD 16-003. The applicant, Nick Craig, is here. He's with Stone Creek Real Estate Partners. And the applicant's representative, Steve Coker, with Harris Coker Smith, is here this evening. The applicant, Nick Craig, will be making a presentation following the staff presentation. The request is to add assisted living, memory care, and nursing home and accessory uses commonly associated with assisted living and memory care facilities to the existing office park use in a portion of Area K. The existing uses specified in the Third Amendment to the Southbridge Plan Development will remain unchanged. Amendments to plan developments. According to Section 10.2.23H of the city's zoning ordinance, the procedure for amending an approved general plan development plan or final PD plan shall be the same as prescribed for the original approval, except in the event that a general PD plan is administratively amended. And obviously tonight, being before you, it cannot be done administratively. That's why we're here. The addition of a use within a PD is not eligible to be processed administratively. The intent of the PD district is to promote health, public health, safety, and general welfare by allowing more flexible development based on a comprehensive integrated plan. So the PD amendment is the first step in the development process. Following this presentation, thanks to Planning Commission amending the agenda, will be Resolution 10-2017 for a preliminary plat. You can see that under the major subdivision section. Then the final plat is scheduled to go before City Council. And then after all of the plats and the PD has been amended, if it's approved, then the applicant will submit a site development plan for this application. And that is done administratively. The portion of Southbridge Area K that's the subject of this PD amendment is located at 1501 West Mineral Avenue at the northwest corner of West Mineral Avenue and South Windermere Street. The site is highlighted. It was turquoise on my screen. I don't know what color that is. Greenish color where the star is. The World Venture building can be seen to the south of the vacant land. The existing World Venture building would be contained in the future Lot 2 of the Southbridge Filing 12A if and when the plat goes forward. This is a view of the site from the cul-de-sac looking north towards the single-family residential development. I've got several slides here showing different site views. This is a view of the site looking down the cul-de-sac towards Mineral. This is a view from the corner of the cul-de-sac looking west along Mineral, up towards Windermere. This is a view of the site from South Windermere Street looking northeast. This is a view of the site looking along South Windermere. The site is to the east, and this is looking north. So the site is over on the right-hand side, and you can see the park over on the left-hand side of the picture. The property is zoned PDC and is located within Area K in the South Bridge Plan Development. The original South Bridge Plan Development was approved in 1979, with Area K being designated as commercial office park. There were no performance standards listed in that South Bridge PD. And all that was provided was a table, as you can see on that old plan. It just listed office park and an area. In 1983, the South Bridge PD was amended to transfer 49 residential dwelling units from areas A, B, C, and I to Area L. The Second Amendment of Area K revised the uses to allow for churches and church-related uses and set criteria for a portion of Area K located at the northwest corner of West Mineral Avenue and West Mineral Court. The Third Amendment, as seen on this slide, amended the PD to allow for visiting missionary sleeping rooms associated with the Conservative Baptist Foreign Mission Society. The amendment limited sleeping rooms to no more than 10% of the gross floor area. This amendment proposes to allow for a commercial assisted living, nursing home, and memory care facility and associated accessory uses such as central dining areas, activities, fitness and wellness, a hair salon, housekeeping, maintenance, medication management, and gathering spaces. This slide shows the illustrative site plan. It is conceptual in nature. A site development plan will need to be submitted and reviewed and approved if the use is allowed. You can see the buffer up at the top, right under the word exhibit. There's a proposed 50-foot landscape buffer up there. I'm just giving you context. Windermere is over to your left-hand side of the photo. The PD amendment specifies that a minimum of 20% open space be provided. As I mentioned, a 50-foot landscape buffer will be included along the northern property line between the site and the existing single-family residential development. The building height will be limited to 30 feet within 150 feet of residential. And then after that, the applicant has put a maximum height in at 45 feet. There's no maximum height prescribed in the 10-23 of the city's zoning ordinance. It's just set at the maximum height within 150 feet of residential is specified, but there's no specific height listed for PDC in our code. So the applicant is following that, but then has capped themselves at 45 feet. Although the illustrative site plan does show a building of 39 feet, 7 inches, the applicant would like to have opportunity to have some additional features, perhaps some architectural features and stuff, and not run up against a height maximum. At least 20% of the height is site area, 20% of the site area is designated to be maintained as unobstructed open space. So that is also prescribed in 10-23 of our code. And minimum off-street parking and loading shall be provided in accordance with 10-49. So that's all illustrated on this table. The applicant is following the prescribed specifications for a PD in our zoning regulations. So the following slides will discuss briefly this staff analysis. As you saw, there was some information that the applicant provided in the staff report and also the staff analysis. I'm just going to highlight some key pieces rather than read to you the staff report all over again, but some key pieces that need to be discussed for the decision. So in 10-23B, there are 6 criteria that should be considered by City Council, and this is following a recommendation by Planning Commission. Encourage more creative and effective use of land or public or private services, and to accommodate changes in land development technology so the resulting economies benefit the community. The proposed assisted living, nursing home, memory care use will provide additional opportunities for residents to age in place in the community. The proposed use will also provide a transition from a more intense office use to the adjacent single-family residential development to the north. Number 2, This proposed assisted living facility will provide additional housing options and provide opportunities for residents to age in place. The proposed assisted living facility is close to shopping, medical facilities, and other community amenities. The proposed development will make use of existing utility lines, streets, and other public improvements, thereby efficiently using the existing public infrastructure. The proposed assisted living facility will provide a mix of uses within the South Bridge Plan development, which is consistent with the PDC requirements found in 10.2.23. Specifically, multiple uses, including residential and service and office, are included in one or more structures as designated in the approved PD plan. The design standards provided as part of the PD amendment will create, and those are found on in the notes section. They've outlined several design standards that they want to achieve with this project. Will create a compatible site that fits with the office park uses to the south and east and the residential development to the north. Traffic generated by the assisted living facility will be significantly less than that generated by an office building. The location within the South Bridge Plan development has numerous community features that can support the proposed assisted living facility. As I mentioned, Littleton Hospital, Health South, South Park medical offices, as well as the existing Safeway and King Soopers grocery stores all provide nearby necessary services for seniors as well as the assisted living facility staff. Southbridge Park, across from South Windermere Street, also provides an opportunity for seniors, visitors, and staff to enjoy the surrounding area via the existing detached walkway along South Windermere. So this is criteria number 5. The transportation network. The site is an infill site and makes use of existing infrastructure, including streets and utilities. The applicant is requesting in the next application that the site be evaluated at the time of site plan and also final plat, that the traffic be looked at, so that possibly an access point can be allowed on South Windermere. A plat note on the 1998 final plat for Southbridge stated that no additional access would be permitted on South Windermere Street or West Mineral Avenue. As part of the preliminary and final plat applications, the applicant is requesting that the access restriction note be modified to allow access on South Windermere. Final site drainage will be reviewed with the final plat and site development plan. Engineering has reviewed conceptual drainage report provided with the PD amendment and the associated preliminary plat. Engineering has indicated that the proposed concepts for handling stormwater runoff are acceptable. Construction drawings will be more detailed and will be provided with the final plat and site development plan. Open space will be provided at 20%, and a portion of the required open space will be incorporated into the 50-foot landscape buffer. So, I don't want to read you all of them. I'm like picking and choosing so that you don't get the whole thing read to you. Number 6, the following slides will describe compliance with the comprehensive plan. The full analysis is in the staff report. So the proposed PD amendment is consistent with the citywide plan in that it provides facility residents, visitors, and staff easy access to amenities, shopping, and restaurants. The proposed facility will provide new jobs within the city. And the 1979 proposed PD anticipated a variety of uses. The proposed PD amendment is consistent with the citywide plan and that the new facility will provide a transition from office uses and incorporates a 50-foot landscape buffer. The facility residents, staff, and visitors can make use of the existing sidewalk system to access the nearby park site and shopping centers. The facility will provide a 50-foot landscape buffer and provide up to 40 additional jobs in the city, which is consistent with Goal 1 in the South Area Small Area Plan. Storm drainage and with water quality will also be provided. That's consistent with Goal 2 of the South Area Small Area Plan. Adequate vehicular access is provided. The applicant is requesting that access be allowed on Windermere. That's consistent with Goal 3. A 50-foot landscape buffer will be provided along the property line. Also, commercial and industrial traffic is discouraged from using local streets, and this is consistent with Transportation Policy Number 1. South Windermere Street is classified as a collector. Adequate services are available, and city's traffic engineer has reviewed the traffic analysis, and this is consistent with Transportation Policy Number 6. Staff finds that the proposed PD amendment complies with the pertinent goals and policies of the city's comprehensive plan, promotes the general welfare of the community, and meets the intent of a planned development district, and recommends approval of Resolution Number 11-2017, South Bridge Plan Development, Fourth Amendment of Area K, to add assisted living, nursing home, memory care, and associated uses to a portion of Area K of the South Bridge Plan Development, case number APD 16-0003. And this slide indicates the Planning Commission action, and staff is here for any initial questions, and then the applicant and applicant's rep are also here.
Do we have any questions of a technical nature for Carol?
If we have one policy says that there's no access from Windermere, then how can it be all right to address Windermere access as a possibility?
Windermere is not a local street. Windermere is classified as a collector. So the policy states that no access will be, access on local streets will be limited. This isn't a local street. Windermere is a collector, not a local road. Local is what you put your back your car onto, and you don't see any cars backing onto the collector. And mineral is mineral is an arterial. So arterials connect to collectors, collectors attached to the locals. So it's not a local road.
One other question, you indicated that there wasn't a submitted transportation plan yet?
There wasn't what?
A traffic plan yet?
Yes, there was a traffic study, and the city's traffic engineer and city engineer are here. The applicant has submitted a full traffic analysis that supports the request. The city's traffic engineer has evaluated it and is here to answer any questions as well.
Okay.
But I believe their vehicle trips that were anticipated were brought up in the staff report. 270, I think, vehicle trips for this, and in the 2000s for an office park. So,
I've got a question. Just looking at the picture, I'm not sure it was written anywhere or brought up, but is there no access to that to the cul-de-sac?
There is access to the cul-de-sac through a cross-access easement.
I mean, it looked like from the picture that there wasn't a drive through there.
So
they're looking at it
they're
incorrectly?
dedicating an access easement from that. There's no drive. There's nothing there right now.
No, I understand that. It just looked like in the rendering.
So you can see down at the bottom, there's they'd have to grant an access easement. They do touch the cul-de-sac.
Correct. And there's a driveway through from the cul-de-sac to the...
Can't read it here, but it's labeled entry.
Okay.
It's like you go west on the cul-de-sac a little bit, and then you'll hit the access to the north.
I was looking further to the right. Okay, I get you. Okay. Great. Thanks.
Jason, do you have any questions? No? Anyone else here? After you, go ahead.
Okay. Thanks. If you pull that map back up again real quick.
Their illustrative one, or the illustrative site plan, or
the one you just had up with sort of that's the one, the exhibit. There you go. So I read this that the Windermere access says emergency access. So does that mean that it's strictly for emergency vehicles, or is it going to be a general public access?
That's the subject of a later meeting. Just kidding. No, that's the subject of a later meeting, the one that the preliminary plat. Back in 1998, September 1st, 1998, the Southbridge filing number 12, the city engineer added a note onto the plan that said no access from Windermere or no additional access from Windermere or Mineral. The applicant is requesting that that be lifted for Windermere. However, Fire has asked for, at a minimum, a emergency access off of Windermere.
Okay, so there's, no, and I understand.
Things kind of going on, but.
No, and I understand
Yeah.
the request here is part of the broader scope, but you're, and I don't know that I saw that in here, but you're saying LFR is basically saying they would like that anyway, given that it's challenging to navigate the cul-de-sac and get
Yes.
in with equipment.
Yes, and they wanted an emergency access at a minimum off of Windermere.
Okay, interesting. Is there any particular reason why that emergency access wouldn't align with, I think it's Windermere Court, so that it's a straight shot as opposed to a jog?
So
Usually when you see these things, they tend to align
it would
streets.
it would be aligned right here.
Yeah, but why wouldn't it just sort of line up with?
It would, it's just they don't have it proposed on this PD plan. It's on the plat. They haven't proposed it, it's not the use, this request right now is for the use. So the preliminary plat's the one, typically the preliminary plat and final plat would not have to be done through a major subdivision.
Yes.
It would just be a subdivision exemption, but because of the plat note, they can't lift the access without going through the process.
Okay.
So they are not proposing the access be lifted here at this point in this stage of the game. This is
All right.
strictly use discussion.
We'll hold on to that one then. In here, it talks about, and I can go somewhere find, it's the drainage section on the, I think it's the staff memo, page 10 of 19, right above staff analysis. It says, the detained flows from the pond will be released into a private proposed storm sewer, which that's interesting. Is it not going to be a deeded over in terms of an easement or a utility easement of some sort to the city for, what's the storm drainage?
Yeah, it's the
entity?
MS4 permit and all of that and the maintenance. So what would happen is they would have an easement, but the easement would be dedicated for emergency, for cleaning up and stuff. But the storm sewer and detention facility would be private with an easement over top for the city to come in and clean it up.
So if it fails at some point, it's the property owner's issue and not our issue?
Yes, and we have the ability to come in and fix it. But the city engineer's here to nod either, and yes, I did it right. I did.
Okay.
I said engineering things correctly.
Okay, all right, interesting, thank you.
You might have to come up to the rostrum to nod.
The nod, he was nodding. That was Brent Thompson, the city engineer, nodding.
Thank you for getting that into the record.
Yes. Are you guys satisfied? I think on page 15 of 19, there are references to a photometric plan being submitted in accordance with National Dark Skies principles, so forth and so on, which I don't believe is included in here.
No, the photometric plan would be evaluated at the time of the site development plan. That was what the applicant was offering, and their analysis, if it was italicized, it was the applicant. The photometric plan would have to comply with 10-15 of the city's
There you go.
regulations.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure it was consistent with our code, not that it wouldn't.
Yep, we
Incorporate
wouldn't
a
allow
lot
a
of it.
site plan to not be compliant with that.
Right, okay. I had a couple other questions. They're probably more applicant related, so why don't I stop there and we'll proceed at that time.
Okay. Just a couple of points. In 1998, the city engineer said, put in the note, no access from Windermere. Mm-hmm. He didn't differentiate between a collector or a local street. He just said Windermere.
Yep.
So it was obviously clear back in 1998 that access would be off the cul-de-sac. Would you agree to that?
At the time, yes, that we believe that is what the note was. It was intended, though, for to limit high traffic volumes on the collector.
Yes.
Now, if you're looking at a use that has less traffic, then that's what the request is
I
about.
understand that argument, but the original intent was to come off the cul-de-sac. The way the lot is split up, it's fairly narrow to get in on a diagonal from that cul-de-sac into the property. I'll be asking the applicant why he won't go through the cul-de-sac as his main entry or only entry. But I just wanted to clarify what the engineer's intent was back in '98.
The intent was just to limit the access, so.
Okay, yeah, limit the access.
And the city engineer does not work here anymore. We have a new person. So I was not able to get the full story. Just the staff report, we did review the staff report, and the staff report says that a note was added.
Just one, you might not be able to answer this. Planning Commission a long time ago approved dark skies, and I'm not sure if it got through council. I think it did, and then as a city ordinance, and then somehow it disappeared. Do you know the story behind it?
I don't know the story.
Okay, probably not either.
I think it's actually in the lighting standards. I think the elements of that made it into.
Well, only some elements. It was pretty draconian, but at the time.
That's not unfair.
Okay.
Back then, it was rather a draconian plan when they first brought it out.
And this was updated in, I believe, 2011. Does that seem about right?
Sounds about right.
Yep.
We don't need to go into any further, just an editorial comment more than anything. Any other questions technical questions for staff?
I actually do.
Excuse me?
I do have a question.
Oh, please.
So just to be clear, because there's not a single definition in our zoning code that defines all the different uses here, the proposal is to add the 3 classifications: living facility, assisted, nursing home, congregate housing, and skilled nursing facility. Is that true?
We were just, no, the request is what's in their use table and in the staff report. We were just offering those definitions as some pieces that we have to create the picture. They're requesting assisted living, nursing home, and memory care facility.
So what would actually change? Does the use table?
So the use table, all that's in the, all the
Goes
use
with the
table,
plat.
So the use table would be changed. Right now, the use table says office park, and then the missionary rooms that are limited to 10%, and that was in that PD amendment number 3 to a portion of Southbridge, and then they would be adding assisted living, memory care, and nursing home and associated uses commonly associated with an assisted living facility, such as, the hair salon and.
Right, but it's pulling those 3 defined terms from zoning code into the use table.
Not the definition, just those exact
terms,
words.
though,
The terms, yes.
Which are defined.
But
in the
not
code.
skilled nursing facility. We were just offering that up because that was the closest thing we had to memory care. We were just giving you some examples of our code. Their uses that they're asking to add to the table are assisted living, nursing home, and memory care facility and associated uses.
So why would accessory garages be in the use table?
They're added accessory garages because some of the residents, they have 8 garages. Some of the residents still might want, not the dementia people, but we would hope, right? So the other residents in the assisted living facility still might want to have a vehicle, so they're offering that as an option or for storage for people that have lots of stuff that are downsizing.
But then dining activities, wellness, fitness, salon, I know that those are all proposed uses there, but a lot of those are defined in.
So all that's in there right now is office park. So that's what they're trying to clarify, so that if somebody said, you have a dining facility and that's not allowed in an office park, they're just clarifying that all of those uses that are commonly associated with an assisted living are being added.
But the definition of nursing home has.
But they're not pulling in our definition. The use table just doesn't reference our definition. They're putting in other uses as well, just to be clear of what they're specifically asking for.
Okay, so that's been my question. So it's not pulling in the defined terms?
No, it's not pulling in
code.
one for one our defined terms, no. We were offering those. Perhaps that was a bad idea to add those. I'm starting to think that was not a good plan to add those. Note to self, we won't do that again. So we were just adding those, though, so that they would provide some context of how we got that the use is, their request is consistent with something that we have in our old code.
Okay, so the use table just becomes very practical and should be read
Yes.
as is.
As is, and that's what they're proposing. And that's what will get recorded on the PD, the use table. So the PD itself, the PD amendment, if it's approved by, recommended for approval by Planning Commission and approved by City Council, will get recorded, and that use table will then govern.
Okay,
So that any use that's then in those two, that larger bluish teal outlined area, those uses could go on that site.
but so if this application does not go through, and it says in here wellness, fitness, salon, housekeeping, doesn't change the underlying zoning of the site, right?
It does.
Or would those uses then be permitted?
Those uses would be permitted because they're associated with an assisted living. The way the use table reads is that they're commonly associated and they included them all.
Basically, they're for the use of the residents and not the public.
It does.
Support use, auxiliary
The,
uses.
the intention isn't the way it's laid out. It's not that someone could come in and say, you know what, I don't want to do an assisted living facility. Instead, I'm going to do a massive hair salon. The only way they can do a hair salon is as it's associated with the primary use of the assisted living. That's the direction.
So if you would like,
Sorry.
for clarification, you could
Yep.
add a condition of approval that would state that you would like them to clarify that and put those all under the heading of accessory uses.
Okay, so that would be
That-
good, because
that
there are
could-
semicolons that are
Yeah,
dividing
so
them.
it should be
but
that they are accessory uses, garages, blah, 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 blah.
if it
as
says
accessory.
assisted living / nursing home / memory care,
And accessory uses, colon, and then has a such as.
garages,
Yep.
dining,
Yes.
activities, wellness, fitness.
Yep.
Okay.
And I'm getting a nod from the applicant that they will do that. That was the intention, and that was, they are okay with that.
Okay.
You indicated this use would then go into the use table. Does that mean that somebody else could do the same thing?
For these
In that
two
zone.
properties where this is in this, not for the whole Southbridge area.
So it doesn't
K.
go into the use table per se, except for this PD.
Right, so, this PD is amending a portion of Area K. So in your, in your packet, you can see the actual, it's in your 11 by 17s. It shows the extent of Area K. This is only a small portion right at this corner, taking access off of that one cul-de-sac.
Right.
I was thinking of the use table we have for our zoning uses.
No, not
That's
that.
the table I
Yeah.
was thinking of.
Yep, no, I'm sorry, site data table, use table, they've got
Thank you.
uses right here.
Any other questions? Thank you. We'll now have the applicant presentation. You could state your name, address, company, et cetera, before you start.
Chairman and Commissioners, thank you for your time this evening, giving us an opportunity to present to you. My name is Nick Craig. I'm with Stone Creek Real Estate Partners. Our address is 4329 Reeder Drive, Carrollton, Texas, 75010. So just to start with a little bit of background on who we are, what we do, we've got over 50 years of experience in senior living and long-term care with a primary focus on assisted living and memory care. This is right down the wheelhouse of what we do. We're not some other group who is coming in and doing something else. This is what we do, is take care of our aging population. We've developed communities in a number of different states, as you see there. Our philosophy, our approach is to have the best quality of care for our residents. And that happens both in the design of the building, as well as interaction with the community, as well as the care that's provided by our staff. And so as you can imagine, a lot of things obviously have changed over the last 5, 10, 20 years in a lot of industries. Well, in the last 5 years, our industry has changed significantly. So new properties like ours provide a different level of care than you might get down the street at a different community. So the safety and security are important to our residents. The dining is another real important aspect to our residents. And so these are things that we really focus on, and we use the latest technology that makes sense, that's a good fit for our residents to provide those services and to provide that care. A little bit of background on our team. Obviously, I mentioned who we are. Civitas Senior Living is our operating partner. They have significant experience in senior living and long-term care. They have excellent communities. They've continued to expand their footprint, and so the individuals there are very passionate about both the quality of care that they provide as well as taking care of their staff and looking after those that provide that quality of care. So that's the reason that we choose them as an operating partner. Arrive Architecture has been focused since their inception almost 20 years ago on senior living. And then Harris Coker Smith, which obviously y'all are familiar with. They're based here in the Denver area, and they have significant experience not only in senior living and in Colorado in general, but also obviously Littleton. So, why Littleton and why this site, why this specific location? So the first approach, obviously, from our perspective is looking at the analysis of, is there need for what we're going to build? Because it's not in our best interest, or anyone's for that matter, to go somewhere where there's not a need. Doing the tried and true industry approach here, there's over 5 times the unmet demand in this market for what we're proposing to provide. So if we built our building 5 times over, we still wouldn't meet all the demand that's in this market. That can be seen by the high occupancy. Industry standard right now is in the upper 80s, except typical standards are around 90%. This community or this area around here is over 95% for similar competitive properties. So that just further proves up the statistical analysis showing how much unmet demand that's here today. The big drivers for that, from our perspective and looking at that analysis, are 16% of Littleton's residents are seniors. And obviously that's continuing to increase, not only nationwide, but in Littleton specifically. Over 10,000 people a day are turning 65, and they have been for the last couple of years and will be for many years to come. Littleton, in this specific area within a 5-mile radius, which is where we typically look, and again, that industry standard to look, is significantly higher, the median age, than what you typically see in a similar established community. Normally you see in the mid-30s. This is over 40, so that's another big driver for the amount of demand that exists in this market. By meeting that unmet demand, and we can allow residents that are here in Littleton to stay. And so that qualifies to, that's 2 different groups. You have the actual seniors themselves that would be staying in our community, as well as the adult children who are taken care of and who have a parent that needs the services that we provide. Because at the end of the day, it's not a residence we're providing per se as much as it is a service. We have round-the-clock staff that are there that are trained specifically for taking care of those that have additional needs above what the rest of us do. So, anytime we go into an area, anytime we're looking at a new opportunity, we want to make sure that we're being a good steward. We want to make sure that we're reaching out, that not only the typical city process that obviously we're standing here doing today, that anyone who wanted to build and own an assisted living community would have to do, but also to make sure that we're talking to our neighbors and we're addressing any questions, concerns, things that might come up. So we not only did the required first meeting in September, but 6 months later, after we tasked our design team with addressing some of the larger concerns that were raised, the problems that were perceived, meeting with those residents, we came back to say, how do you feel about this? What do you think? Did we address those? Are there other things that we should be considering and thinking about? So what we heard during that first meeting was to adjust the design, which I'll show when we've got that illustrative site plan up in just a minute, to not block the views. So obviously those residents that are adjacent to us there to the north, their views are important, and we appreciate that because Colorado has beautiful mountains to look at, so we don't want to block that. And we actually rearranged the building to allow for that. And as I was very smart aleck architect told me, it's not as simple as hitting the mirror button on CAD. It actually takes a lot of time and effort to turn that around and make that work. So the noise was one that is obviously of concern. And so with us contracting with food service delivery as well as trash, which we would direct to come through the mineral access to come through that cul-de-sac, which we can exert quite a bit of influence on because we're paying their bills, right? So if they want to maintain that contract, they want to continue to work with us, then they're going to abide by what we're asking for. So we agreed to make sure that we press on those third parties to act appropriately with what the neighborhood wants and what's a good fit. We also agreed to speak with the fire marshal and sit down and figure out a protocol that works well within what they believe is the best way to provide the care of their emergency services while providing the least impact. So oftentimes many communities we've had where they don't come lights and sirens at all as soon as they get off the main road to help facilitate that, because obviously we have a protocol. It's not like going to someone's single family residence where someone's fallen down and they've got hurt, calling 911. They don't need to run lights and sirens all the way there. They've already received a download from, again, our trained staff, which is what the residents and families are paying for. So in regards to traffic, we have significantly less. I believe there's in your packet there, it shows that depending on the office use, and this is based on national data that's been proven time and again, it's 5 to 10 times the traffic that we would produce. So, given the use that's currently allowed with that office, if they did the additional office, even without the Windermere access, the likelihood that you're going to send traffic down and around Mineral and then up Windermere is significantly higher than with a use like ours. So we also agreed to force our staff to make our staff use the rear entrance, which it makes more sense for them anyways because that's where we have them park. I know one of the questions that was raised was, in regards to orienting the building facing Windermere. Obviously, the mountains face that way. We have a nice dining area out there. And again, dining being an important part of their lives and their quality of care. It made sense to orient the building that way. That also puts all that staff off of Windermere. It puts them at the back of the building, which is standard operating procedure for us. So it's more convenient for them just to come out that cul-de-sac exit anyways, then drive all the way around the building to go to Windermere. So this is obviously the building, which you've seen before. In regards to the access not lining up with the street across there, obviously this is illustrative. It hasn't been set, but the big reason was fire stated that they will need the 2 access points. And so that's just where it was shown by our landscape architect as an emergency access, as that's the minimum that we would need there. So the southern portion of the building, the square portion, is 2 stories. The northern portion, which is the rectangular shape, which is the memory care, is 1 story. When we originally had this designed, it was flipped, so that square was on the northern side, which complied with the codes. It did comply with what the PD currently allows. It did comply with what somebody could come and build if they did an office use in here, but it also had a greater impact on the single-family residence to our north. So we flipped the building, as well as a note that can't be seen here. Our finished floor is below even Windermere, and that property immediately to our north, the property starts approximately 12 feet higher. So that 1-story portion of the building that you're seeing there on the north side, which continues to about almost 200 feet into the property, is about the height of the top of their fence, looking, if you're in those neighbors' backyard. So We haven't got to the point of selecting the exact materials. One thing that we'll always do is task our design team, both architecturally as well as interior design, and then even our team members as we hire locally to help us determine what the best materials are to fit in, because we do want to blend. It goes back to what Carol was talking about earlier in regards to being a great transitional use. We like to consider ourselves in-betweeners because while we are a commercial use, it does have a pitched roof as compared to having the flat roof, which, as you know, when you walk up to a building with a flat roof, it has a very wall feel to it. It's not as warm feeling as, it's not a good transition going from a neighborhood with a nice pitched shingled roof to a flat top wall. And so we are great in between from that perspective. So in regards to the benefits to the community as a whole, we, like I said, with lower traffic, 10 to 20% of what an office use is allowed here would do. In addition to that, with an office use, you have two major peak times, obviously 7 to 8 when staff are showing up, and then around 5 o'clock when everyone's leaving. Just like everywhere else in the community, the roads start to fill up. Our staffing times are broken up into 3 8-hour shifts, and so there's no overlap there. We're not having staff coming in and out during those times when the traffic patterns are significantly higher. So that's a benefit in addition to the lower traffic. The smaller massing, like I talked about, not having the big flat top roof, we're not as tall. We're proposing putting a cap on the total height, which is not currently in the PD. So we are looking to limit the height. So also looking at having more open space, the 20% that's in there that's currently in the PD, we will have significantly more than that. A lot of that is, again, because of the lack of traffic. We don't need the parking. So we don't need to create a big asphalt parking lot, as you would see, again, if this was developed as office. Obviously, we employ from the neighborhood, from nearby. Most of it, we have multiple levels. We'll have over 40 full-time equivalents once the community is open and fully staffed. So, and there'll be a varying wages from the executive director, who's effectively the general manager of the building, down to the base frontline staff and everything in between. So there's a lot of different levels. It benefits a lot of different socioeconomic classes. We also create a lot of secondary jobs, obviously in regards to maintenance, in regards to taking our residents out. We have a transportation so we can go see local sporting events, things like that. Future growth, we talked about how it helps to retain both those seniors residents as well as the adult children, as well as bring adult children in town who otherwise wouldn't be able to get those services. And then we look for community partnerships. So a good, easy example, these develop as the community develops. What do those residents want? What's of interest to them? But a great example is always public schools, because as I'm sure we can all appreciate, kids know the best about technology. So we'll bring in high school kids to teach our seniors the best way to take care, to stay in touch, right? Because that's the way that so many people communicate and stay in touch now. And so you get a win-win there with the students getting exposure to something that you can't read in a high school book. You can't read it in a history book anywhere. The only place you can learn it is sitting down next to somebody who went through that 70, 80 years ago. And then obviously the residents get the youth from those high school students, as well as learning how to interact. So, and then other community partnerships will develop as time. One of the things that we've looked at is, again, it's not part of this PD piece, but we've granted the access on Windermere to work with groups like the Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts to have a walking guard for when students are coming home from school. Currently, there's nothing in the area, so we could work with those other groups. Retirees oftentimes will come help, but an office is not going to have the same motivation to have that connection with the community that we are, and that we're very interested in having. So we're rare in the sense of commercial uses that need that relationship, want that connection the community. So with that, I appreciate your time again. If you have any questions or comments, be glad to address them. And also, I believe we're get an opportunity at the end to address any comments or questions that come up during the public hearing. Okay.
You will.
Fantastic. And then the letters, I was told to make sure those were in the public record.
Do we need to do anything special to make them part of the public record?
I believe they have been added. Denise has added them. They were the letters of support that I believe the applicant's referring to.
Yes.
Perfect.
So they are part of the record. Thank you. Questions for the applicant? Let's start this side. Questions for the applicant?
Yes. Page 11 and 19 states a goal, I believe, associated with the comp plan. Residential development for housing to meet demands for persons of any social or economic status. So I was wondering that if you're doing anything as far as making lower income residents have the ability to be placed at your facility.
So one thing that we do, obviously we are all private pay, but one thing that we do is to have we spend a little extra making the units larger that allow for a semi-private opportunity, which obviously decreases the cost for those that are staying with us. In our business, there's an immense amount of cost, and the caregivers, like I said, the service is the big expensive thing. So it's difficult to cut it back significantly without doing the semi-private. And so that's why we take that approach to create a price point that's lower for those, like you said, that are in different socioeconomic categories.
Yeah, I think on the citywide plan, page 13 of 19, policy 1.6, the last line, mentions, without adequate assisted living facilities, older residents will be forced to leave the city. And, but I think that almost misses a point that without dedicated units for lower income needing such care, only the highest income residents will have adequate access to local assisted living options. And that refers back to that item 2 on page 11 that I referred to earlier. And I have some experience with that in that my parents both needed assisted living care here locally before they both passed away. And I had them placed in a local facility. And fortunately, their financial situation allowed them to be there. But it was a great facility, great care, very similar to, I think, what you'll have in your facility. But they're wealthy individuals, and $6,000 a month or more, for the two of them sharing a room. And I think that's pretty typical. So my concern is that Littleton's going to have very few options for those who don't have that kind of wealth accumulated by the time they need this care.
I understand, and I can tell you, as far as the $6,000 a month, even with two residents, will be significantly lower than that on the one bedroom, as well as even more so on the semi-private option.
What range of prices are you?
I don't have those in front of me, but average in our communities is typically around $4,500 across all the different assisted living options.
I had one other question. Page 16 and 19, goal 6, neighborhood plan, states that they're providing a minimum 20% open space, and there's a statement in there, there's a generous portion I didn't see exactly where it states that you are doing more than 20%.
So it doesn't state that we're doing more than 20%. That was a statement on, just based on knowing what the plan looks like, that we're going to exceed that 20% significantly. So
Then I think that needs to be documented somewhere in there, and perhaps a percentage.
And that's, and I'll defer to staff on that, but that's, I believe, picked up during the site development plan.
Understood.
I think my colleagues will have questions about this too, but the curb cut on Windermere, and you characterize that as it was a request from fire rescue, things like that. Is that true?
So fire rescue did require it to be a minimum to be the emergency access. We would like to have a full access there because we believe that it makes sense for the community as a whole. That's the plat discussion, but like I said, the reason that it was shown as the emergency was because that's what fire had requested, to have a minimum for the use, and this portion was for the use as compared to the plat discussion where we're showing or with the plat we're looking to have the full access. So this particular, as I understand it, case is for the use.
Right.
Which again, so we had to have the emergency access for the use per fire. But yes, our intent would and our desire is to have the full access.
Okay. So I'm a little.
The city's traffic engineer is here, so maybe we can ask him at the end of the applicant's presentation to get up and answer some of your traffic questions, or we could hold them till it's time for the preliminary plat discussion.
Right. So the order of things is a little confusing, but so there is a use requirement for an access point on Windermere as well, and that's relevant for this discussion.
Correct. The emergency access is relevant for the use discussion.
And I appreciate you sharing in your presentation what you learned at the community meetings, and appreciate the fact that you changed your plans. But how would you generally characterize those meetings? Were they well attended? Was it lively discussion? How would you characterize it from your perspective?
So we had in-depth conversation as far as well attended. I believe that's part of the packet as well. But I believe there's approximately a dozen people at each, and so I would consider that they definitely came out. A number of our residents there to the north side came out. We did have, I believe, a couple of nearby business owners come out, because we did send it both residential and to the business owners. They're our neighbors as well, right? To ask them, is there anything that you'd like to discuss, that you'd like for us to address, or comments or concerns in regards to the lively, in regards to the engagement of the discussion. We had multiple people from our team here that at any given point in time were sitting down, talking with several residents. Case in point, I believe we have a resident that, did Debbie send an email?
Yes, Debbie Ram provided an email, and the neighborhood meeting information was contained in your packet.
It's written attendance sheets?
Yeah, that's all that's required, is them to show us what they provided as the notice, and then the sign-in sheets.
Okay.
And so, there's a number of different residents, but but we sat down and talked with them, for a lot of time, and tried to understand. Like, for example, learning that school children, walk home. That's not something that we can easily foresee without a neighborhood meeting. And so, we see it as another opportunity to connect, another way to get in touch with the community, not the neighborhood meeting, helping with the school children, and understanding that just how they feel and their views and the way they saw the view across there, making sure that we address that. So I felt they were very valuable, and I feel like we got a lot out of them, and we came up with some creative ways to deal with it. Both the turning the building around is the most clean, I guess, if you will, because it's kind of a straight, you can see it. But like I said, partnering with the community, talking to Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts or college students, things like that, to have a crossing guard who's helping out with those those kids coming home, making sure that they're safe when they're near our property. I think that they were very valuable.
Okay. Thank you.
David?
What's the breakdown, or do you have a breakdown of nursing, assisted living, or I'm sorry, yeah, is that right? Assisted living and memory care, the three different uses?
So as far as true skilled nursing, we won't actually have any in here.
What's the break? I mean, I can't remember the terms you use. So I remember memory, assisted living, and what's the other one?
It's assisted living and memory care, and the other one was skilled nursing. But
you don't have that though.
Right.
Okay.
And it was just, I believe, staff's recommendation because of the way the code's set up that
Correct.
It made sense to have there in that table. Again, just limiting our use to. Because a lot of our approach and going to the questions earlier in regards to the PD and the accessory uses, the reason that we were very quick to agree to that, we're trying to paint the box as tight as we can around our building from a zoning perspective, so that you know exactly what you're getting. I'm not coming here to present one thing and then maybe do something else. This is exactly what I believe is the right fit for this property. This is exactly what our team would like to finish designing and building. And so to your question in regards to the mix, there in the assisted living portion, the square portion, there's approximately 70 units. And then on the northern, the 16, there's 16 units of the memory care.
Okay. And have you done I know you said that there's in the area 95% occupancy. Have you done an analysis of the breakdown of assisted living versus memory care and what the occupancy is for each of those types of uses?
We have. So one of them is 95.6% at the time of the study. The other was 96 point, and I'd have to go look. I've got that data, but that was the third-party study, and so that's why we just said over 95. Mm-hmm. And so that's looking separately at memory care and assisted living. Like I said, one was over 95, one was over 96.
Yeah.
And so, again, just applying those. And that was a third-party study. That was not our analysis. We also did our analysis, and then our operating partner did their analysis because, again, before we come in and waste anyone's time, we want to make sure it's the right fit, that it's something that the community needs. The community would be a good fit. And it's the hole in the donut from a use perspective. Mm-hmm. So,
is the breakdown that you have 70 and 16 those rough percentages? Is that similar to what's available in the area? A quarter of the memory care versus assisted, just overall in the area. Do you know?
It varies, and typically it runs anywhere from say 20%. Memory care all the way up to as high as 40% memory care. You typically don't see, and then sometimes you'll have 100% assisted or 100% memory. Sure. But typically if you have a mix, it's somewhere between 60-40 and 80-20.
Okay. All right. And just based on how the demand works out at your facility, do you have flexibility to change, or is that pretty rigid?
So, in our community, and we have an operating building very similar to this, we can provide a significant level of memory care in the assisted living, which is why we weight more heavily towards the assisted living side, is because our design team and our operations team have done a fantastic job going through this, and now it's been proven in a real world example for over a year now that as long as someone's not an elopement risk, as long as they're not prone to leave, which a lot of people with memory disorders are not. And so we can actually provide a significant level of care because of the technology in the building, because of the way the doors are secured and the way we can monitor the building. So to answer your question, yes, we can provide additional care in there.
Okay, and so the memory care area is more secure than the assisted living?
It is.
Okay. And then one other question on just on the conceptual building elevation page, it looks like the max height greater than 150 feet away from residential is 40 feet. Is that? I mean, it looks like that's the case. So you wouldn't be going over the current 40. I don't know if that's current, but somewhere I saw 45 feet is the maximum.
Right, so we're actually applying the 45-foot maximum. Again, just trying to paint the box as tightly around ourselves as possible so you know exactly what you're getting. So, but yes is the answer to your question. We would not go over that.
Great, thanks.
Next. Oh, you want me to go that way?
Please.
Excuse me.
Yes, the staff report mentions calls for service for ambulances, and I've often heard this come up with memory care and assisted living facilities. How do the calls for service for this type of facility compare to, say, single-family residential? Is there a specific ratio in terms of numbers of ambulance visits you might have at a facility like this versus a neighborhood?
So in this similar size building, what I can tell you again, like I said, we've got a building like this operating at full capacity, and it runs about one call per week on average. And so again, that's not lights and sirens. That's in that community we've worked out a protocol with the emergency services that they understand they're coming to somewhere that has trained staff around the clock that understands that they're going to get a very clear path, as compared to a single family residential situation where they're not sure exactly what they're going into. Obviously, they know exactly with our community what they're getting. So, yes, sir.
So I'd like to say I appreciate that you're looking at doing the National Dark Skies principles. It's really important to keep the light pollution down, to not have that glare on you. And also that you're, with your architecture and your materials, to reflect the adjacent neighborhood and their character. That's also very important to us here. And that you're listening to the neighbors. That's huge. Really appreciated. And so my question starts with the landscaping of the 50-foot buffer. Is it your intention to try to pretty much keep that so they visually cannot see them, between the neighbors in there in that 50-foot buffer? What are you looking at?
So whenever this is one of the things that came out of actually the first neighborhood meeting was our neighbor there on the corner was telling us that they didn't want to block views, and Liz wasn't the only neighbor. There were others who had similar comments, and so our preference and what we intend to work with the city on is to make sure that we're meeting the wants and wishes from the city's perspective on that 50-foot buffer, while not putting anything there that's going to block those residents. So one important note here is, and this is kind of hard to see because of scale, so I apologize for that, but if you look, this is the top of the memory care portion here. And that's actually an architectural feature. The real top of the roof is down here. But the distance from here to here is 150 feet. Mm-hmm. This is indicative of the homes that are behind us. So you figure their fence lines, somewhere right in here. So you can see, there's, from a buffer perspective, their fence line's going to do the vast majority of that buffering. Additionally, this will be a Denver water easement. And so we have already had discussions with Denver Water, and they're willing to work with us. Obviously, things that aren't going to tear up their line, but so we're going to continue to work, with the city, with the neighbors, with Denver Water to do what they preferred. Because our original approach, and again, how valuable are the neighborhood meetings? Normally with these buffers, landscape guys have fun. This is an area to spend some extra money. It's a nice open space. It can be a good, good walking area, but that's not what the neighborhood communicated to us that they wanted. Again, coming back to the views, coming back to to that side, as well as being able to easily, walk pets back there, things like that. So
There are some existing trees there. Have you had any plans for those?
So
More in the very northwest corner.
I have
Yeah, you can see them, yeah.
so we don't, you're right, these trees right here.
Yes.
We'll leave those, we typically fence them off with the orange fencing, so construction, won't have any impact on them.
Okay.
But it is our desire to always keep as much native tree cover as we can, though our maintenance staff doesn't appreciate it after because it makes for a lot of leaves, but we're okay with that.
So I just had some questions in your justification document.
Okay.
Similar to lines what Jason was saying about the sirens. So when you communicated with the neighbors your plan, you talked about your silent call policy. Were they satisfied with that?
I believe they were when that was obviously a big concern was they're going to come in here lights and sirens. And again, obviously that's up to the fire marshal to dictate, exactly, what's going to be acceptable to them. But if it requires that we have different operational protocols in order to give them that comfort, give them that understanding of, well, this is and I'm just spitballing, but this is a level 1 call, this is a level 2 call, something like that. I don't know. That's a discussion, again, with the fire marshal, but I believe that they were satisfied with the response.
Okay. So in the citywide plan, and this is similar to some of the questions John was previously asking you, several times you're talking about the importance of having Littleton residents being able to stay in Littleton if they need this type of facility. And you mentioned that about 16% of us are seniors. So you've obviously done some good studies into the demographics of Littleton. And I was wondering what percentage of these Littleton residents do you think could afford to live in this facility if they needed to?
I'd have to look at the numbers, but because I need to see what the spreads are, because the big numbers that stand out, like the 16%, are, and a lot of the numbers that stand in my head are more medians, so they don't give me the brackets, so I'd have to go look at the brackets and add up the brackets. But I would expect it would be a large portion of them, because one thing, while there are obviously residents that, wouldn't be able to afford a community like ours, one thing that's not considered oftentimes with seniors, and I'm going through it personally with family, is that there are assets, right? So it's not necessarily about an income, even though we do income qualify and we do, look at that income qualification. There are assets, which is a lot of times how these are paid for. These facilities are paid for by the residents. Also, again, looking at the adult children. And so normally there'll be assistance from family members. There's also long-term care insurance, as well as vet benefits. While we don't take Medicare or Medicaid, we do take veterans benefits. So all those items help to bring that down.
So your experience based on this is you believe that quite a few of the Littleton residents could afford this place?
Absolutely. So the numbers where we came up with the, we could build this 5 times over and not meet the need, that's based on after doing an income qualification. Okay. So it's not just how many people are of the appropriate age, it's how many people are of the appropriate age, and then, applying penetration rates, things like that, and considering what's currently in the market. And I think that, that's further shored up by the over 95% occupancy, to have that high of occupancy in facilities like this where, oftentimes resident stays are not that long. This isn't, it's not a long-term home. It's not like independent living. It's, unfortunately.
My grandma lived in assisted living for about 10 years.
That's not a good example for me.
There's a mixture of everything, right? So on your drawing, you were showing that there's the upper level windows. It'd make it almost seem like it's a 3rd floor, but it's not. You just have high ceilings with the windows up there to let more light in, I'm assuming, or?
Right, and to give architectural relief, again, that goes back to the, not being an office building that, that's a wall that, that you walk up to, and With an architectural, so you can see, here's those, what you're referring to, those windows here, on the top of that tower architectural feature. So when you're driving by it, it's more aesthetically pleasing for the community as a whole. And whereas if this was just one solid flat wall, it looks much less, looks institutional or an office building, or it just doesn't have the same appeal, which is again why we believe we're a very good in-between use, because while we're commercial, we have a very residential feel to us. So we truly straddle that fence. The only use I know of so far.
And you'd mentioned significantly more than 20% open space, but you're not sure how much?
So I would argue it will be north of twice that.
Great, thank you. One last question is, how many RNs will you have there?
Typically, we'll have one or two. It depends on the acuity of obviously our residents. So if that's higher, and then we'll need the additional staff that has that training, then we'll have additional nursing staff.
And that's 24/7?
So a nurse is not on staff 24/7, but they're the staff that they train and that they monitor, they manage, are on, and then they're on call 24/7.
So how often would they actually be there?
40 to 60 hours a week, depending on what that week entails.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Lynn, you have any?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. There's a new facility going in that should be opening in the next couple of months. It's Outlook. When you first come into Littleton, will that impact you at all?
In a positive way, because that community is going to provide a lower acuity, and so it would be more of a benefit than a detriment to us. Is my understanding is that's independent, so it's focused more on the lifestyle side, whereas we're again, and that's why skilled nursing was put in the use, is we tend to be closer to the medical use side of it, albeit we provide it in a very warm, welcome, where hospitality meets medical. So it would be a benefit to us.
And your assisted living and memory care, it's not strictly going to be for seniors, I would assume.
It will. It will
Just
be
strictly for seniors?
It will be age restricted.
Okay.
Now, and we do have early onset memory care, but it's still 55 plus.
Well, that's what I was considering. I have a friend who has early onset, and she's not anywhere near a senior yet. So finding a place has been difficult.
Thank you. Compliments to the commissioners. You guys asked most of the questions I was going to ask, so this should be a little bit quick. As far as the memory care is concerned, I'd like to put my name in the queue, right?
Quickly?
Probably need that sooner than later, just so you know.
The board is.
Yeah. Couple of quick questions. Talk to me. I understand the access onto Windermere. You mentioned the signaling, so talk a little bit about what's your vision with respect to how do you force traffic to Mineral as opposed to Jameson? Are you going to use physical barrier to prevent right-hand turn going out of the facility to go north, or are you just going to put signage up? Is it going to be signalized, you said?
Well, so again, on this case, it's looking more at the emergency access, and believe me, we appreciate the confusion in regards to kind of which parts of the case there are. This one's definitely unique in that regard, and so. But speaking in terms of a full, if we had the full here that we would prefer, again, all the staff is going to be parking back here, and they're going to be directed to go out the Mineral, and so they wouldn't have that access, or they wouldn't be using this front access here. Now, while we obviously can't control visitors, we can control the trucks, the delivery trucks, the trash trucks, which they're going to want to come back here anyways because this is a service entrance. So it's not in their best interest to have to try and do this anyways. And so again, the vast majority of the traffic that we control, I always hesitate to say all, but hopefully all, we can push to come out this direction and to go out down Mineral. And again, unlike an office building, if we were an office building, these the staff members leaving would be going out and they'd be hitting an intersection down here that's very difficult. It's 3 lanes. Mineral's a busy road, as you know, and so they'd be hitting 3 lanes of traffic if they're trying to go east. If I'm that driver, instead of trying to hassle at 5:30, 5:15, 5 o'clock to cross 3 lanes of unsignalized traffic, potentially get hit to make a left, I'm taking a right on Mineral, I'm taking a right on Windermere, and I'm coming back up around this way. On the other hand, our staff's not going to do that because they're not coming out during the 5 o'clock hours. Our shifts are staggered at different times. They're 6 to 2, 2 to 10, 10 to 6. So they're not coming out during the busy hours. It would be easy for them to cross Mineral. Also, if someone does want to go east on Mineral and we had the full access here, even if it was during a busy time, say, a loved one came to visit at 5:30 in the afternoon on their way home from work, they can come out, they can make a left, and they can hit a protected signalized intersection to take the shorter, easier, faster route down Mineral, as compared to if they come out here and they take a right to go east. If you look at this map, you can see it's far less convenient to come out here and go all the way around like this to get over to Broadway than it is to come out, drop down, and the difference, by the way, is about 1.2 to 1.7 miles, as well as you go through 3 signalized intersections. So there are 3 controlled intersections on Jameson, whereas Mineral obviously are a much faster route. The same thing applies for emergency vehicles. So emergency vehicles, they're going to take the Mineral route because obviously Littleton Adventist is right here. So it's a much faster route to.
No, and I would theoretically assume that, but of course the big issue for the neighborhood is going to be cars coming out and taking that right because they want to go north on Broadway, hypothetically. And so I don't know I understand what you just said, and I think it's probably about as good as you can get it to be relative to the traffic you can control. But if there is something that can be done with that Windermere entrance, whether it be signage, one way, whatever, which does bring up another question. What signage is what's your expectation regarding signage? Is it going to be any signage on Mineral? Is there any signage at all?
So we typically do a small monument sign just so family knows that they got to where they're going. Okay. But it's not significant because we're more of a destination, if you will, than we're not retail. It's not drive-by. So just like office buildings typically just have the address, and letters on the side of the building so you got to the right place. Sometimes they'll have a small sign out front, a small monument like what World Ventures has right here. So that we would work with World Ventures to have a monument sign there that was similar, your typical on the ground kind of brick stone column.
With an expectation though that people are coming in through the cul-de-sac.
Correct.
Because that's where the signage theoretically.
Excuse me, Carol Kuhn on behalf of staff. Signage has to be on premise. Signage will be discussed at the time of site development plan, and signage needs to comply with the sign code, and it's a separate permit. So there would not be an opportunity to have signage on the cul-de-sac because it's off premise because it's a separate lot. So signage would have to be offered up on Windermere, but that would all be evaluated at the time of the site development plan. The PD is really setting the minimums and maximums and the performance standards for the use.
Okay, I understand. Two quick questions. On the drainage, you've got the drainage, the detention pond, as indicated, is in the southwest corner of the facility. And you made a comment in here about the property draining northeast to southwest. But I guess my question is, with the size of the building, even if a lot of the open space, even if a lot of that parking isn't really parking because it ends up being not a hard surface because you don't need it for asphalt. Are you going to change, is the drainage going to continue actually to head to that detention pond, or somehow does it end up coming straight down the cul-de-sac and causing an issue for someone else?
So I'll let our engineer answer that in engineering terms, but I believe it's all picked up.
Okay. How are they going to get it there?
Steve Coker with Harris Coker Smith, 1120 Lincoln Street, Denver, 80203. Yeah, basically so that southwest corner is the low point. That'll pick up all of that drainage. And then it's actually, and the reason why your question earlier about the private pipe is because the only storm sewer that's adjacent or near the site is actually down in Mineral. So we're going across the property to the south, the World Venture property, with a private storm sewer, which would have an easement over that. So all that flow would be conveyed directly to that existing storm sewer that sits on the north side of Mineral.
Okay, and you guys do you have some sort of an easement arrangement with them, or is that in process? It's already handled?
Yeah, it's in process.
Okay, all right. On the construction side of this thing, talk about very quickly what your plans are to minimize the impact during construction on the neighbors, if you please.
So again, this is similar to the trash pickup and the areas where we have the ability to control because we're paying the bill. And so that's one thing that we'll make sure that as we're working on as we're finalizing construction contract, as we're getting that all in place with that contractor, that we outline, what those guidelines are for that construction. Additionally, if it's something that is needed, oftentimes we'll use screen fencing if that's something that needs to be done. And then obviously keeping, our superintendents always, we ask them to if they don't do it, or tell them to rather, if they don't do it, they'll go talk to the neighbors that we're adjacent to, even though we're not going to do a significant amount of work. They're immediately adjacent to them, obviously, other than the water line going through there. So some utility work, but the majority of the construction obviously is all going to happen south of them. But we'll have them go out and hand out their business cards to all those neighbors so that they have any complaints, comments, hey, you're getting dust in my backyard. Then if, for example, that happened on one of our projects recently where a neighbor, hey, when the wind blows, I'm getting dust in my backyard. So our superintendent started regularly watering the dirt storage so that didn't happen anymore.
Okay, and what's the timeline on construction? 18 months, 2 years?
12 to 14 months, depending on weather. So obviously, the freeze will have an impact, but 12 to 14 months.
Okay, and last question, as far as operations are concerned, you mentioned it was Civitas, and they have all the requisite state licensing in place at this juncture?
I don't have them here to answer that question, but they would absolutely have all that in place.
Okay.
Once we had all the approvals, and then they would absolutely have all those.
Do they operate in the state presently?
Not currently. But again, that's one thing that we're working with them to bring them here. They've done an excellent job. Case in point, they had a developer bring them to a project in Kentucky. And they quickly determined, everything they needed there. They got it all in place, and that community's well on its way to being open and operating. So it's a very large team. I would actually recommend Googling them and checking out their website because, like I said, as they've increased communities, they've increased team members at the corporate level, not even the building level, but at the corporate level as fast as they've added communities to do things like the chefs. There's multiple levels at the corporate level, at the corporation, at the corporate office that provide chef services to make sure that quality of food does not slide because they picked up more communities. That chef can continue to, again, not only are we tailoring the outside of the building, but we'll also tailor the inside of the building to the cuisine specific to the area. So,
okay, thank you.
My questions are brief, and keep your answers brief. We need to move on. Number of units, how many total units do you have? I
86.
thought I heard, 70 plus 16, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Secondly, the 50-foot landscape area, I assume that's more than just landscape area, places for picnic benches, walkways, is for the residents, correct?
Absolutely.
Nice location for that. The tower on the southwest corner is the third level. Is that got a lot of glass there? Is that usable, or is it just an ornament?
It's an ornament.
I'm sorry?
It's an ornament. It's
expensive ornament.
It is an expensive ornament, and that and it goes back to the architectural relief, because if you remove that tower, the building loses loses some of that, loses a good amount of that feel. So I can tell you, this right here is an expensive ornament. This is obviously an expensive ornament. The amount of stone and brick that we do, it's again, we want it's not just about a bottom line. We want to build a high quality product that I want to put my parents in.
Put a stairway in and make it a Zen room or something. That'd be a very nice room to have if you can make the climb.
And we considered it actually for air conditioning, putting condensers, but
okay,
yeah.
Got me there. Let's see. So you have an easement with the owner of the building to the south off of the cul-de-sac, correct? They own that property. You'll have an easement.
Correct.
That easement, that's for your deliveries, your trash, et cetera. You'll be demanding that they come through there.
Correct, as well as our staff.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? Let's move on.
Thank you very much for your time.
Okay. And by the way, you're correct. You will have time to, I wouldn't call it rebuttal, but to respond to citizen comments at the conclusion. Thank you. We're now going to open up the public comment portion of our hearing. Hopefully we have a sign-up sheet. Again, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. When you have 30 seconds left, hold up that yellow card. There it is. And when you're at your 3-minute limit, we'll hold up the red card, and please finish up your comments. We have quite a few people that want to speak. By the way, if you haven't signed up here, you'll still have a chance at the end to speak. Start with Joe Wright, who's in favor of the project and wishes to speak. And here he comes.
Mr. Chairman and Commissioners, thank you for this opportunity. We've heard about the societal benefits of this project, and I'm in favor of that. I would like to mention, though, something also in favor of the project, and that's what the project is not. This project will not result in a place where drug dealers would gather to sell drugs. It is not a project that would result where people with, shall we say, criminal intent would gather to do nefarious deeds. It is not a project that has an architectural monstrosity. It is not a project where there'll be wild parties till 3 in the morning every weekend. So we not only have the societal good and benefits, but we also have some positive developments with the type of people that'll be in there and the type of use of it. And for that reason, I would like to recommend approving the project. Thank you.
Thank you. We have, I think it's C.A.L. Collegine Wright. Lucky.
Somebody pronouncing my name correctly. It's very unusual. I just want to talk as a person who lives, a senior who lives within 5 miles of this facility, as a person who has had...
Can we hear your name and address for the record, please? Sorry to interrupt.
Beg your pardon?
Name and address for the record, please.
Okay,
Sorry about that.
it's Collegine Wright, 6827 South Webster Street, Unit B, Littleton.
Thank you.
Okay, I assumed since it was there that I didn't have to say it. Anyway, a person I've had my parents, my grandparents, my in-laws in facilities like this and had to help choose them. I am for this facility. I'm also a counselor, and I see good things in this facility as a counselor. Just as an aside, as a senior, one of the things that I find interesting in our society is we talk about tolerance. We don't tolerate seniors very well. And I would like to see seniors tolerated better. I think this facility would help as we bring young people in to get to know older people. As a counselor, I know how important it is to a person to be able to age in place. There is immense devastation to a person who has to move thousands of miles, leave friends, leave church, leave the places they've shopped. So I think this would be very valuable. And as a member of the sandwich generation, been both ways, I think it would be grand to have a facility like this where there is an area where the children can move in if necessary, can buy a house and be near their parents. We had one of our daughters traveled 5 hours to be with her grandfather because we were too far away. That's impossible to keep doing that. So I think we should do this. I think it would be a benefit to everybody in the community.
Thank you. Scott Berg, who's against the project, wishes to speak.
Scott Berger, my office is at 801 West Mineral. I object to this for some obvious reasons. The proposal is to amend the existing PD to allow assisted living, memory care, etc. But in reality, it's a change to a residential community. Granted, they meet the 20% open space requirement. Question is, does that include the enclosed courtyard? Granted, the parking is less intrusive than office use, but the requirement is 1 space per 2 beds. Assisted living, memory care, again, by definition of these two terms, are associated with residential community. I'm curious as how the city of Littleton will impose their impact fees. Will they view this as residential, or will they view this as commercial? The plan wants accessory garages for storage and for cars, storage for people that are downsizing. Enclosed garages are typical in a residential community. Their own package talks about housing options and provided opportunities for residents. In their project description, they discuss other accessory uses, wellness, hair, housekeeping, so on, are limited to residents and their guests, not tenants, not patients, not customers. The definition of this project may be commercial, but it's in nature, it's residential. I think it's a clever way to avoid a rezone to a residential. Not against the project, just how it's being done. Thank you.
Thank you. We have Matt Agnew, who is in favor of the project, wishes to speak.
Good evening, folks. Matt Agnew, 211 West Jameson Circle, unit number 30. Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. I have been in senior living in Littleton since 1990. A lot of it in the city limits. I'm now outside of the city limits. I actually work for the competitor. I'm here to rally for these folks. This is not a facility, it's a community. It does great things for the community. It creates jobs. Traffic is not high. Our community does the same thing with the fire department, where sirens are not used coming in. They can pair with the high schools. They can pair with the preschool across the street. Seniors and little ones get along famously. I think it's a good thing for Littleton. There is options for lower income people in Littleton. South Metro Housing has a lot of those. I think these people have done their research. I've done research on them. They do a good job. It's the right fit. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Helms is in favor of the project and wishes to speak.
Thank you, Councilman and members. I'm Steve Helms, and I live in Castle Rock. I live at 5056 McClure Lane, Castle Rock. My mom and dad live in Littleton. My mom and dad moved here in 1985. They've lived here for over 32 years. My dad is 81. My mom is 78. They're pillars in this community. My dad is a mason at Weston Lodge 22 at Santa Fe and Littleton Boulevard. My mom taught piano lessons. She played the organ at Light of the World Catholic Church. All of their friends, many of us love the fact that they're here in Littleton. I'm fortunate for the fact that they don't have severe medical issues at this time. But I'm very concerned as one of the sons that will be responsible for how we manage through this process. And I don't have the answers tonight coming to you, but I like the fact that this is being built. I feel like there should be even more places being built because this demographic, this population is aging. Littleton is a great place. You have great schools. You're attracting families. These families don't want to leave. So as the population continues to grow, the result is you're going to have an older base of residents. The question is, where will they go? My mom and dad don't want to move, but it's my responsibility to make sure I take care of them with the best care possible. And I don't know what that is, but as I've researched this process, I feel like Stone Creek has the things that my mom and dad would greatly appreciate. And they've said that. They're impressed with what's there. So all I'm asking is, as you make your decision, think about the older population that need these kinds of services. I thought the gentleman made some great comments about the residents and the community. And I think this would be a great fit for this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Julie Correll, who's against the project, does not wish to speak. You will?
Julie Correll, 1472 West Long Avenue, Littleton, Colorado, 80120. I live directly behind, to the north of this proposed project. And I appreciate that the developers did change the plan and swapped it around because my view and my quality of life is going to be affected by this. I am a little concerned because the rezoning is going to not just be the vacant field now, but it is also includes World Venture, I noticed in the green box. So I'm a little concerned that the whole corner of Mineral and Windermere is going to turn into some kind of residential, I don't know, just not what, when I bought the house 11 years ago, I knew that there could be an office building behind there. I've talked to a planning or some zoning person in Littleton, and she told me that the buildings are supposed to only be two-story, the office buildings, even though Carol did say that there wasn't, I guess, an exact height, but I got with her over World Venture, actually, and I don't know if it was 32 or 38 feet tall, and so I guess I was prepared for an office building, but not necessarily this nursing center that will have people coming and going. It is true that the office buildings do come, the traffic comes and goes, but they're gone. They're gone at 5 o'clock, and all weekend long, there's nobody there either. And I've ridden my bicycle. I mean, it adds to my quality of living just to enjoy the office parking lots and that sort of thing. So this won't be the same. So I'm concerned with the height of the building. I'm concerned that it's going to change the whole outlook of that area, and I would suggest that there are lots of pieces of land in Littleton that nursing homes could go into. I realize there's a need for them, but why rezone a piece of land to accommodate, this nursing home? And I think that's the other thing is that I do stress is that architectural feature, which to me is just going to make the buildings taller and more offensive, whereas the buildings there now have flat roofs, and so the little pinnacles or whatever they are sticking up on the top, at the very least, could be done away with. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's see. Heather Taylor is for the project, does not wish to speak. Okay, thank you. Simon, and I'm not going to be able to. Okay. You will speak? Okay. Yeah, you don't say whether you're for or against, so we're soon to find out.
So my name is Simon Chang. I'm 7965 South Datura Circle West. I'm also in the neighborhood immediately adjacent, and first time here, so this is a nice learning experience for me. I want to say that I do feel better than I did before coming in about this. I like some of the things about what they did to lower the profile and move things back. I think that is addressing one of the primary concerns that I came in with this. I've also heard of other things coming up for all of those plots of land, and I want to echo everything that Ms. Bond just said, that having grown up in that area, and I did grow up in that exact same neighborhood, it was always in my mind that that area was going to end up being commercial, and it was going to end up being low profile, and that it would be the type of area that would clear out over the weekend and in the evenings. So I feel better about the plan as I've heard it, but I still do feel a little bit unsure about the project overall because of that rezoning from commercial towards a residential thing, and that change in the mindset about what my own personal expectations about that area was going to ultimately be used for. And I'm sorry, I don't know how properly to address people on the board, but Chairman Pro Tem Stallman, you really hit on the other concern that's in my mind, which is that if traffic does end up going north onto Jameson, and I think that, and I don't know if it's if there's any restrictions for, say, ambulances to go north on Jameson, but I think that there is a lot of incentive for them to do that because that heads right towards Littleton Hospital, right? And having lived in the area, I know that even though theoretically the presenter, he was saying that theoretically it sure makes a lot more sense for people to go out on Mineral, but that's not the way it works in practice. In practice, a lot of people are incentivized to go through that if they live in that neighborhood. And right now it is very low traffic, and that does make that neighborhood feel much safer, feel much more like a place where you want your kids to be able to walk around. And if there is more traffic that is going on that street, I think that really will affect the character of the neighborhood. If the traffic were to be confined between Mineral and that entry point, that's much better, but it's hard to contain that once it's allowed. So I think that that is probably my biggest concern that is remaining, which is if that is made a full use entrance, then I think that there could be bad effects for the neighborhood overall. So thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Cassia. I'm not even going to try to pronounce your last name. Geez. In favor of the project and obviously wishes to speak.
Hello, Kasha Doherty, 10447 Atchison Street up in Commerce City, Far Drive. Good evening, thank you for this opportunity. I grew up here in Littleton and I attended Chatfield Senior High School, and I'm currently a 5th grade teacher in Thornton, Colorado. My parents moved to Dallas area about 10 years ago, and I've always wanted to come back to Colorado. Colorado's way better than Texas. They enjoy everything that Littleton has to offer and would love to be close to my family and their first grandchild. My parents and I are familiar with Civitas and Stone Creek. We have previously visited the facility in Flower Mound, Texas. We believe Civitas provides great quality care for seniors and other people needing memory care, something very close to my heart. Civitas and Stone Creek would be a wonderful addition to the Littleton community and provide another reason for my parents and many others to reside back in Littleton, Colorado. Thank you.
Thank you. Gregory Bond is against the project, wishes to speak.
Gregory Bond, 1492 West Long Avenue. I'm against the property. I've heard them, I have been at the meetings. I have been at some of the meetings. And some of the things they characterized about emergency vehicles, they suggested that their access point would be through the cul-de-sac, that would be the method that they would come in, not through that place on Windermere. Some of those issues with that, I have issues if that's the emergency point. I know they will, I feel that they'll be going north. It's the easiest method. It's straight into the emergency room. The park that is across the street on a Saturday is lined with cars. It is a major soccer park for South Suburban Parks. You cannot park on that street. All the way down to Windermere is filled with cars on Saturday, Friday, depending on soccer season, Thursday night. You just shifted all that traffic there. Then they said they will have crossing guards or anything else like that. I don't know how to hold them to that or what that will do. Leaving that facility, it is easiest to go out that way. And that's, they've characterized as their main entrance. That's coming in, even if you cannot make a right turn onto Mineral going out that cul-de-sac. There should be a median right there. So you have to make a left, come back around. So it's easier to go through our neighborhood and come out that way. Again, we've already had, the police sit there to catch people at the stop sign that's, 30 yards up that goes with that park because that's getting blown through already. We have a lot of traffic issues. And it seems to me that this is a nice looking facility, but I don't think it fits. They're shifting the traffic. They say their traffic's going to be less, but they're shifting it to when that neighborhood's busiest, and they're shifting it into the neighborhood instead of onto the arterial. So I guess those are my major concerns with it. Thanks.
Last up that signed up to speak, Martin Shaw, who's for the project, didn't say yay or nay on speaking.
I'll speak.
Okay.
Martin Shaw, 7859 South Windermere Circle, Littleton 80120. So I'm about 300 yards actually from the property, and do go back and forth on that street quite a bit. And I think that, and I also have an 84-year-old mother who at this point is doing well, but I'm thinking that if she needed this kind of facility, how convenient that would be for me personally because of the proximity to it. But more than that, I think that the kind of amenities that are there, one, there's a hospital that's close by. Whether you take Windermere, Jameson, whether you take Mineral or not, doesn't matter which way you go, it's still close if she should need that kind of care. The availability, as has been mentioned, with the supermarkets that are there. But I think one thing that hasn't been mentioned that is actually a benefit is the fact that there is a park across the street. And yes, there are a lot of activities, but if that was something that she was able to go to, or at least watch the kids who are playing there, that would be kind of a great quality of life. And I think that personally as a neighbor, if I had my choice of different kinds of facilities, the one that we're having there is one that that at least is proposed, is one that I would prefer to have. Thank you.
Thank you. That finishes the list of people that signed up to speak. Is there anyone else that wishes to make a comment? Sir? If you could state your name and address.
Yes, Gary Shear, 7820 South Windermere Circle, about 400 feet from the property there. I guess we live in a city, and as you look at a vacant lot in a city, you're always wondering what are they going to put there. So I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, this is good. There could be a lot of other things that this could be rezoned to, or even a office building. I like the architecture. I like the way it tries to look residential. I think having a residential feel to it, to me, is better than having a sterile office look to it. The traffic issues seem like they're going to be less as we come out there than there would be if there was a busy office building there. Even if there is an access onto Windermere, which it sounds like there may or may not be, that's another question. So I just want to say, yeah, it's good. I think if I were going to do a memory care senior citizen place, I'd look for a place just like that. I mean, all the things are there, the park, the medical facilities, the quality of life that area of Littleton has. I'd want it for my parents and for myself someday, so I'm for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
You're right.
He had his hand up first.
I'm Pam Chadbourne. I don't live close to this, but along with what I was talking about before, My concerns are that the Planning Commission doesn't really have the information that you need to make this decision. And that, a couple of you actually touched on this. So in the city, what is our population of assisted living and memory care? For what economic incomes? And what is it in zoning possible for our city to have? That's what you need to know whether this should be rezoned. This can be great or horrible at the change of use, but that isn't what matters to the city. This is a land use question. And you need to know what the city has and what the area has, and then evaluate it on that basis. And also the tax question is interesting to me. Is the county going to call this residential or commercial? Are they going to tax it at 29% or not? That matters to Littleton. If you're changing this from commercial to residential, we lose taxes and we depend on that tax income. So again, I want to hear from staff those kinds of things. What is the zoning that we have in the city for this kind of use already? Should we rezone this? Another thing, demographics, baby boomers, there's a large cohort. Then there's going to be a dip. And then millennials will come along and there will be an increase. What happens in that dip? I'm pretty sure that Stone Creek is going to pay off in a certain period of time for the baby boomers. Then they could sell the facility or vacate it. It will remain for Littleton to care about what the use becomes in that demographic dip. If there's not a population that can afford this of that age. So again, the city needs to bring its own analysis of these issues for the impact on the city. And we didn't hear that tonight. That's what I want to know as a citizen. And they also mentioned, by the way, 5 miles, and that's way outside of Littleton. So when they talk about Littleton, 5 miles is way outside. One more word about the lighting code. Kudos to the Planning Board for passing a model lighting ordinance in 2001, but when we had, after Jim Woods retired, and when council decided in its wisdom to not have a community development director for 2 years, council reached down to direct staff to repeal it. And that was an inappropriate direction by council. It was a 4-3 vote. So it was unfair to all the people who had complied with that ordinance for 10 years. It is awful for the rest of us for Glare. We should reinstate that planning commission, so please put that on your list to consider. Thanks.
Thank you. Sir.
Good evening. My name's John Benz. I'm a resident in Deer Creek Canyon in Littleton. I think I signed up on the wrong sheet probably to speak.
Well, you get to speak again.
But I'm also the representative for World Venture. So my name is on the front of the document as the seller. And I'll speak on that behalf since I live 13 miles from the location. I wanted to thank you, first of all, because I know you've got a tough job and there's a lot of technical questions and knowledge that you need to have. And it's probably a very thankless job. So thank you that there are people of quality and character who are doing this. I also wanted to thank the staff for the 6 criteria. And I thought a very comprehensive summary of comparison between the city's goals and this project and how they meet those. So I was quite pleased with that. The third thing I wanted to say as a seller, if you will, being responsible for the project, selling that parcel of land for the organization, is that I was very pleased and impressed with Stone Creek. Yes, we are a religious organization. We have 500 families and 62 countries around the world, and character does count and matter. And I was pleased with their experience, their best-in-class service as they came forward as a potential buyer. We did have many other potential buyers and some that are kind of in the waiting list. None of them have the character, not only of the organization and the integrity and the credibility, but they were projects that we did not feel as an organization reflected what the community in that area needs or could support. I think a number of the comments that were given here tonight about the shopping centers nearby, the hospital, the community park across the street. These are all aspects of a community, not necessarily of an office building, which is a part of a community, but not necessarily the core in a residential corridor. My time is running short. I did want to mention access on the cul-de-sac. We have agreed to a cross easement agreement with the development project because as you look at that triangle that's colored in green, it's very awkward. There's actually a fire hydrant right there as well. And the green space to the right of that triangle is the other property's drainage basin. So it's not something that we could easily traverse or they could negotiate a purchase of. And then finally on taxes, there was a reference to that. It will be moving from the nonprofit role to a commercial tax base. So I think that is positive for the city as well. We've been an occupant for 17 years there with that parcel. We've enjoyed it, and we want to make sure we leave it in good hands with the community. Thank you.
Perfect timing. Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? Seeing no hands raised, we'll close the public comment portion.
I just want to, we already stated this, but just for the record and to be clear, there were 5 comment letters that were placed at the dais before the meeting, so I just wanted to enter that into the record, as well as there was one other written comment that was included in the staff communication. So just to clarify, that's what we got for written comment. Thanks.
Okay. Commissioner comments?
Motion?
Do we have a motion? Oh, we can have a motion and comments? Excuse me. Yeah, I'm sorry. Jumping ahead here. Applicant, do you have a chance to make some comments, last comments?
So if you'd like, I can address obviously the number of comments that came up, which we appreciate obviously the community involvement. We appreciate your time, just as John said, and addressing, as we understand, this is what we do for a living, but this is your community service, this is your giving back, so we appreciate that as well. I know one of the questions that was brought up by Julie in regards to the World Ventures building potentially going for the same type of use. Again, because of the way this being confusing with the plat and the PD process and all that, the plat didn't go first. Our desire was only to do ours. But I can tell you, having done the analysis, it's cost prohibitive to convert that building. And you can look at the building, it doesn't have the right feel. The layout, the design of it is not right. It would cost an immense amount of money to try and convert that. It makes more sense to just buy that and do it from the ground up. So, obviously the PD doesn't have a height limit right now, but we're imposing our own height limit to, like we talked about earlier, we want to paint the box as tight as possible. This is exactly what we want to build. This is exactly, tell you exactly what we plan to do. So, in regards to availability of land, just being empty parcels, as is not enough. There's a question of utilities. There's a question of the quality of the soil itself. There's a question of whether it's for sale. There's access. There's proximity to, as it's been talked about, things like the hospital, things like the park across the street. Again, having that community connection. As one of our future neighbors, hopefully future neighbors, said that it would be great to have their family member, their mom in there, seeing that park across the street. And as someone with small kids that plays sports, I appreciate that, personally. So that's a lot of the reason that the building is oriented like it is. Like I said, there's that dining area and outdoor courtyard on the front side of the building. And so that way it faces the mountains as well as that park to take advantage, like it is in, I believe, the concept plan to take advantage of the amenities that your great city already has to offer. So in regards to the supply and demand, what's available, obviously, we talked about the in-depth analysis there in regards to, both ours as well as third parties to make sure that's all being weighed in the different price points in regards to what's available. And then As far as the demographic dip that's coming, that's over 50 years away. The baby boomers are at the leading edge right now of needing facilities like ours. And so that's a very long time in the future. And just like retail is having to learn to reinvent itself, courtesy of Amazon, God forbid if that happened in the senior living industry, there's a lot of time to find out what the next use is, what makes sense next there. So we've seen that in a lot of retail sectors. It's part of the retail life cycle, over that 40, 50, 100-year process that you see buildings change uses and adaptive reuse comes in, though I don't expect that'll be the case here because while there's a demo shift, it's not, there's another demographic coming in right behind it. So, and again, John said it, we will be commercial zoning, commercial taxing. So, and it'll take it from not on the tax rolls today to on the tax rolls in addition to, the job creations, the salaries, the payrolls, the secondary job creation, the money that our staff will spend in the community. So, do y'all have any questions for me? Or is this not a question?
I think this is not a question. This is your
Understood.
response. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
I do have one question for staff. In the project description, it says assisted living and memory care facility to the existing office park use in a portion of Area K of the Southbridge Plan development. I assume the portion that we're talking about is strictly for this piece of property?
Yes, the PD amendment that came forward in with Area K for the third amendment that allowed the 10% of the visiting missionary rooms, that outlined the area that we're talking about, the World Venture area, and then this vacant lot. It's not all of Area K.
Okay.
Area K you can see is a much longer, stretches the entire length of Mineral, just about. And
Is
so,
the world headquarters, whatever they call themselves, is that included?
yes, that is included. It's the World Venture and this empty lot.
Okay.
That's not a lot yet.
So
It's
down the
empty
road,
ground.
the building could be converted to assisted living?
It could be, yes.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification. Now, say for the second time, I think the right time now, do we have a motion and then a discussion?
Do it with the accessory uses?
Yeah.
So I think we move first and then move to amend, right? Propose to amend.
Can't you just add the condition?
You could do it entirely.
Yeah, you could just do it and then put the
You could do it
condition
in
right
one,
on
I
it.
think.
Okay. Well, then.
You're going to read it off and then put your comment.
Great. I move to approve PC Resolution 11-2017 and recommend the City Council approve Southbridge Plan Development, Fourth Amendment of Area K to add assisted living, nursing home, memory care, and associated accessory uses to a portion of Area K of the Southbridge Planned Development, case number APD 16-0003, with an amendment to the use table to clarify that the accessory uses would only be associated with assisted living, nursing home, memory care, and associated accessory uses.
Okay. It's not an amendment, it's part of your motion, okay? Right. You said.
Well,
I think it was
It's a condition, just a condition.
Amending the table, okay, got it. Okay.
I hope I got that right. Counselor?
If that's acceptable, I'll second it.
Chair, so we should probably ask the applicant if that condition is acceptable to them, because in the PD requirements, the action of the Planning Commission is that any conditions or proposed changes are within, there's certain language in there, but it should be cleared with the applicant.
No. The applicant's ability to speak to the commission is over. We cannot go back without reopening the public hearing, which we would not advise.
We had already raised the issue of the condition as part of the motion to begin with, so if he'd wished to address it, he could have done it at that time.
Correct.
So we good?
So moved.
So you're shaking your head good. Okay. And we have a second?
Yes.
Discussion?
I have a couple of things. I did call the county to find out what the actual structure of this would be, and it is commercial taxes. And it had been 501(c), so I was curious to see what they were going to do with that. And the number being of age, there are only 3 significant buildings here now, and a lot of that is for independent living, not for assisted. And there's none that I'm aware of directly in the city of Littleton, with the exception of one small one that's for memory care. And so I did do some research on this. It is a necessary piece of community in general anymore. Our parents don't need to be shipped off. They need to be close. And we need to like where they're going so we can go there too. As my daughter informs me, I have to be nice because she's choosing my nursing home.
Any other comments?
Yeah, just as always, I'd like to thank the community for showing up and for your involvement. Understand both sides of the argument. Of course, any change is change, but I do believe that this is a commercial use. I do believe that it is the convergence of hospitality and healthcare. I worked in a facility like this all through middle school and high school. We did generation education programs where we actually bused the residents to my high school to give lessons on history and real world stuff. I do believe it's a community benefit, and I do believe that it is a commercial use.
Thank you. Others?
I'll say something here. Each of these projects stands on its own, but in the time that I've been on the Planning Commission, we had a lot of difficulty, I'm not sure if it's the right word, but a lot of difficulty approving projects like this. And a few have come through, and it always seems that, there's a high demand and increasing demand for this type of product. And it seems that every time one comes up, there's a lot of objections to it. People need a place to go as they age, and I think we need to, be able to provide that for our aging community in place, and not have to have people leave the community. That being said, a lot of other communities are having the same trouble, that there's just a lot of demand and not enough space. The developer has made accommodations to this project. It's not, like some of the other projects, it's not overwhelmingly large. It doesn't obstruct views. They've changed the project to help with that as well. Many of the neighbors are for the project, which is amazing to me, because most of the ones that we've seen, there isn't a lot of positive support. There's lower traffic in this area, with this project than there would be with an office use. It seems to me to be a great location. There's a park across the street. For seniors, it's not just a place to be and hide away for their few remaining years. This is a quality of life issue. They need to be part of the community, be able to get out and interact. And there's commercial, retail around here. There's a park. This is a community, and there's plenty of health care around. There's a rehabilitation hospital close by, the Littleton Adventist close by. I think it's a great use for a great location, and that's it.
Any other comment down here? You're good? Okay. Bruce, I think you're up.
Thank you. Yeah, just a couple comments. As always with these types of arrangements, a planned development overlay is a type of rezone. It's essentially, according to the law, a deal that is an exchange of flexibility by the government, local government.
Excuse me, sir, it's not a planned development overlay. It's a PD amendment.
They already have the
The plan development
Okay,
overlay
you're
is,
right.
yeah.
No, fair point. What I'm basically.
You're getting ahead of yourself. That's the last one.
Okay, all right, all right.
Wait a minute, you're the one that changed the,
All right. Well, the essence of the concept ultimately will be that we exchange some flexibility in terms of what we're willing to allow in a given zone with some additional amenities that the community wouldn't necessarily get absent that flexibility. I think this is really going to be a good example of how that works predominantly to everybody's benefit for the most part. A couple of years ago, the state demographer came in and presented to City Council in a study session. And one of the takeaways from that presentation was that in the metro area, the community that had the oldest population from a senior demographic was Wheat Ridge, and the second oldest demographic community was Littleton. And so the concept that the need is here and is not being effectively served, I think, is probably prima facie legitimate. The gentleman who came up at the end, I think, and talked about, in so many words, there's always another project out there that could be down the road and maybe it'd be better and maybe it wouldn't be, and I'm paraphrasing is right, and we've seen that a lot in terms of the types of things that come through as well, that you've got a situation here where you've got a group that has worked, I believe, to accommodate the neighbors in terms of the view corridors, in terms of the noise, in terms of the traffic, versus what could be allowed in terms of an office use. You can never say never, but I think working collaboratively with the fire department in terms of sirens and in terms of traffic flow, and I would encourage the applicant to take as many necessary steps as is possible to get people to do the entree into Mineral as opposed to going north in Jameson. I don't know how to edict that, or amend what we're doing, but I think it's the right answer for everyone concerned. But I believe traffic's something that can be worked through with our folks and with you guys, and we can get to a positive outcome in that regard. And I'll leave it to your collective wisdom to figure that one out. On the issue of is it commercial or residential, I think and it was noted in here, I think the concept that we've got care and treatment going on, and frankly, if it were strictly a residential community, I don't think you'd see 40 incremental jobs. I don't believe memory care services is what would be reasonably classified as residential, and therefore I'm quite comfortable it's a commercial use. There are always going to be issues with some of the neighbors, and I'm not insensitive and acknowledge the two folks who came in and said, it's not necessarily what we expected. You never get on one of these, you never get 100% generally unanimity of thought one way or the other. I think our job is to weigh the preponderance of evidence and that's presented in a public environment, which we're doing. And in that context, I'm satisfied that the preponderance in this case weighs in favor of the project. I find that it's in compliance with the neighborhood plans, the comprehensive plans, and the city code, and that as a result of the evidence presented, I'll vote in favor of the resolution. Thank you.
Well, I see this as a definite need in the area, obvious. It's a great location, shopping, hospital close by, private doctor practices all over that general area of Littleton Hospital. Good grief, just parks, Highline Canal, all the drainage areas where one can walk. You can go across, you're 80 years old, and you can go across the street and see some 12-year-olds playing soccer. It's a wonderful, I'd say, quality of life opportunity here, living here. seniors so many times are warehoused in out-of-the-way places. This is a marvelous place to put them with all the amenities close by. Allows people, as others mentioned, to stay in the community. I hear that continuously in Littleton. I want to stay here, but I'd like to get out of my house. This gives them an opportunity in one way. Other ways are townhomes, zero lot line type houses, patio homes. I was concerned when I read this weekend about the access from Windermere. I'm not anymore. I think the entry from the cul-de-sac into the project is rather awkward. I would hope that the developer maintains the demand for services and trash pickup to be accessed from that cul-de-sac. I'm a rather devious person, and I think I'm smarter than the average traffic engineer. If I were coming out of the cul-de-sac and there was no Windermere entry and I needed to go north, I wouldn't cut across 3 or 4 lanes of traffic. I would do a right-hand turn, and I'd go a right-hand turn on Windermere. I'd go up to Jameson, and I would go up to the light. That's probably going to happen whether it's on the entry is on the cul-de-sac or whether the entry is off of Windermere. Lastly, views. Somebody built a house across the street from me and blocked my view back in the 50s. Suddenly I realized that I don't have a right to a view. I think the applicant made a nice effort to mitigate the height of the building. The fact that the site is lower than the houses to the north adds to that advantage. Lastly, good building design, broken up facades, residential materials, variety of roof lines. I think it's a quality project. Is that all the comments? We have a motion, we have a second. Unless there's any objection, let's vote. Up and running.
The vote is unanimous and the motion carries.
Thank you. Can I turn it off? I need some clarification here. Is it 9 o'clock that we have to vote to continue, or is it 10? It's at 10? Well, we're just starting up. I know. Thank you. You stole my line. We're going to take a 5-minute break and get in 5 minutes exactly, and then we're up and running again.
Is the offer still standing? city.
Okay.
We could touch this thing on permanently.
Next item is general business. A resolution approving the Southbridge subdivision filing number 12A, lots 1 and 2, preliminary plat, case number MAJ 17-0001. May we have a brief staff presentation?
Well, that's why we wanted to keep them rolling and have it all in the same presentation. So, Carol again with representing community development. This is the plat that we've alluded to throughout the previous discussion. This request is to divide a portion of Lot 1, Southbridge subdivision filing number 12, into 2 commercial lots. Lot 1 would be 4.29 acres, and as we just discussed, would house a potential assisted living, nursing home, memory care, and also office uses. Lot 2 would be would remain right now at this time as the World Venture office building, and would be 4.66 acres. This typically would not be done through a major subdivision. It would be the division of one lot into 2 is done through the subdivision exemption and now the administrative plat and replat process. However, as previously mentioned, there are some plat notes that need to be addressed, and the only way to undo it is to go backwards and do it exactly the same way you did it, which is through the full platting process. So the section 11.3.1 of the city subdivision regulations provides the Planning Commission to review and approve preliminary plats. A preliminary plat is the initial step to legally subdivide a parcel of land into separate lots and to demonstrate that a certain type of development can be accomplished on the lots. A preliminary plat establishes the configuration of lots and tracts within a development. The Planning Commission has 2 actions that they can take on a preliminary plat. It is that they can approve it or approve it with conditions. Again, this is the process. We just lived through the first one, and now we're down on the second one. The proposed preliminary plat exhibit shows Lot 1 being proposed to be 4.29 acres. Lot 2 is proposed to be 4.66 acres. The applicant is requesting to revise the plat note. During review of the 1998 final plat, the city engineer included a note number 9, which stated that access shall be restricted to the private street to be constructed for this property. No direct access to the individual development sites shall be allowed from Windermere Street or Mineral Avenue. With both the preliminary and final plat applications, the applicant is requesting that any access on South Windermere Street be limited to an assisted living and memory care facility. Any other uses would not be allowed to have direct access onto South Windermere Street. Such request is supported by a traffic impact study. The applicant is not requesting any additional access on West Mineral Avenue. The applicant has requested that the note be revised to read as follows. No additional access points shall be allowed on Mineral Avenue. Any access point on South Windermere Street shall be supported through a traffic analysis and evaluated at the time of site development plan review. The city reserves the right to restrict or remove access to Windermere Street for any use other than an assisted living and memory care facility. The traffic information was provided in the staff report. An assisted living facility is anticipated to have 270 daily vehicle trips. A standard office building would be 1,023 daily vehicle trips, with a medical office building being 2,730 daily vehicle trips. The applicant also provided shift times for the facility to further demonstrate that the traffic generation would not coincide with the peak traffic times for the residential neighborhood or the other office park uses. That information is contained in your staff report. So the staff analysis, I'll go through this. Section 11-3-1C of the city subdivision regulations. The staff finds that the preliminary plat complies with the following criteria. It complies with the subdivision regulations. All the information has been provided in compliance with the preliminary plat criteria and the operating standards as found on the city's website. The preliminary plat also complies with sub-area K, Southbridge PD plan, and that they meet all the zoning requirements. They also comply with the comprehensive plan as was detailed in the zoning hearing and the zoning documents. Compliance with the existing proposed development. The proposed preliminary plat for 2 commercial lots is consistent with the overall intent of the Southbridge plan development. With the 1998 final plat review, it was anticipated that this 20.475 acre superblock lot would be further subdivided. And it complies with the comments from affected agencies. During the referral period, a no comment referral response was received from Arapahoe County. The referral response from Xcel Energy indicated that 10-foot utility easements were needed along the length of the southerly lot line and of Lot 1 and along the west side of the reciprocal access easement around the cul-de-sac. The applicant will dedicate these easements with the final plat, as easements are not dedicated with the preliminary plat. Denver Water indicated that the necessary utility easement for water service will be further reviewed during their review process. It is anticipated that the water easement will be dedicated by separate instrument rather than with the final plat due to timing. However, the necessary water easement will be reflected on the site development plan. No referral response was received from South Suburban Parks and Recreation or Tri-County Health Department. Final site drainage will be reviewed with the final plat and site development plan. Engineering has reviewed the conceptual drainage report. Staff recommends that the preliminary plat for Southbridge filing number 12A to create 2 commercial lots conforms to the requirements of the city's subdivision regulations, the proposed amendment to the Southbridge plan development, 4th Amendment of Area K, and the City of Littleton comprehensive plan and utility easements. Therefore, staff recommends approval of the preliminary plat subject to 1 condition of approval. Condition of approval number 1, removal of the access restriction on South Windermere Street is conditioned upon approval of case number APD 16-003, 4th Amendment to Area K, Southbridge filing number 12. This PD amendment does have to go before City Council. Therefore, this staff is recommending that the preliminary plat be conditioned upon that approval. And with that, the Planning Commission has the following actions: approve the plat or approve said plat with modifications. Staff is here for any initial questions. The applicant is, as you know, back here.
Any technical questions for staff? Sure.
Just one. I had mentioned in an email to you about note number 11.
Yes.
Where it talks about Littleton must approve the landscaping in the southerly 50 feet, and I was confused. It seemed like it should be the northernly, but...
So those notes were captured from the other plats. This was a larger, filing 12 of Southbridge is a larger filing. And so it was all of the property along the edge of the southerly property of 12. So
by mineral, you mean?
Right. So so we wanted to capture that on mineral. Just we didn't want to lose that note. So that's a carryover from, and that was I did confirm with the applicant, and that that was their intent is to still provide that, as they mentioned in the zoning document, which governs have that buffer. It's required in the code. This is to address any development or redevelopment along mineral.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any other technical questions for staff?
Carolyn, can you go back to your first slide, if you please?
That one?
That's close. Yeah, that one will work. So again, per the conversation we were having with respect to the PDO amendment, the entire block was amended for, no, actually, you're saying, maybe I got them backwards. Okay.
The PD
Which is
amendment
one?
was
Lot
these
1 is
two
the
lots.
north?
Lot 1 is the one on the north. The
And
new,
so that's-
if it's approved. The
Okay,
new
but isn't...
World Ventures Lot 2.
Yeah, wouldn't Lot 2 also be use, office, assisted living, nursing, memory care?
Yes, yes, good catch. Yes, it would be.
Okay,
It
so
would need to-
that'll be reflected in the...
Yeah, it will reflect.
Perfect, thanks.
We'll catch that, Steve, on the preliminary plat. So if you'd like to add that as a condition of approval, that the use table on the plat be updated to reflect the proposed use.
Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Any other questions of staff? Thank you. Applicant, you wish to add anything?
Obviously available to answer any questions, but I think we addressed them before, but if you have any questions.
Any questions for the applicant?
So listening to the closest neighbors, their biggest concern is Jameson. You had mentioned that you wanted to have the front entrance because of the mountain view.
Correct.
Would you still do this if you had to access through the cul-de-sac?
Would we still orient the building the same way?
Would you still do this project if you could not access Mineral, but you had only the access through the cul-de-sac?
So I know we have to have the emergency access, per the fire. So at minimum, we would have to have that per fire. But, in regards to the overall project, that's something that I'd have to ask the, I'd really have to ask our operations folks to understand how that impacts the overall project. Though obviously for families, again, the staff will be, the vast majority of the traffic, which we can control because we pay their salaries, we pay their contracts, et cetera, will all be directed to the rear. And so, the small amount of traffic, which is the visiting traffic that's in the front, it will be a small percentage of the traffic, which obviously is significantly lower than office as it is. So,
what would you anticipate? The big comment, of course, to them was Jameson goes right to the hospital.
So I would argue that, or I would submit that, the hospital's at the intersection. It's, at the northeast corner of Mineral and Broadway. So it's faster to go around that way, to go straight down Mineral.
I don't think so. No, it's not. Jameson is faster.
Much faster.
Mm-hmm.
Even with the controlled intersections and the longer distance?
Because you would just be going down Jameson to one light, and then you go directly into the hospital from there.
Right, you don't have to go through all of the turns and such and get traffic out of the way of the intersection.
It's actually take longer to do Mineral and come away and do that.
I apologize. When we measured the distance, it was shorter.
Matter of distance.
It's lights.
Okay.
You'd have 2 or 3 lights to get through on Mineral.
Yeah.
Then you'd hit Jameson.
And then you're making
Jameson's
2
one
lefts.
light.
And there's 2 lefts through those lights. That's why Jameson is easiest.
So, but
We have no public comment for general business items.
So as far as the emergency vehicles, again, that's one that we can work with the fire department to, make sure that it's not impacting, the neighbors to our north. So that they are taking that route that's the best, that it's not going through, going down that collector, that they would go down the arterial, which, is a better fit for sending an ambulance.
I do agree with you in the sense that Mineral is a better access for this property, without a doubt. I just wanted to hear your comments because these are what the neighbors were saying specifically, and it's obviously important to them, and this is their home.
Right.
So,
and that's one thing that, and I believe Commissioner Bruce had made the comment about us working closely with the staff as well as the neighbors to do everything that we can to restrict any northern turns, but for those people that obviously live in that neighborhood that are visiting their family members in the community to go, if either go out of Mineral. Obviously, like I said, again, the vast majority of our traffic, which is staff, is going to go out because we can exert quite a bit of influence on their choices. And then in regards to, to visitors and things like that, we can convey that same thing through our staff because we do have a lot of staff. There's a lot of staff interaction, not just with the residents, but also with their families. And so, we can provide that same clarity, that same, respect our neighbors. This is, where your parent, where your loved one is. So just like you would respect your neighbor at your single family home, respect the neighbor, at the, of your parent. So where your parent's staying right now.
During the community meetings you had with the neighbors, did anyone there express any issues about Windermere?
They did. So, and that's where we talked about working, and that's where the creative solution, which there's a local blogger who we spent a lot of time talking with that lives in the neighborhood that was very supportive and positive in regards to, working with the community, and another tie-in in regards to getting Boy Scouts or Girl Scouts or retirees or college students, things like that, to come and help with the crosswalk, and to be monitoring that traffic and to be identifying if there's a problem with that, and so that we can address that.
And the community did seem satisfied with your answers?
Yes, I mean, the feedback was very positive in regards to that, especially compared to, what could go here, an office building that wouldn't care, likely.
I agree. If you had an office building, you'd have a lot more traffic on Jameson. People trying to come there, you'd have a lot more traffic doing that than just the little bit that we're talking about here. I just wanted to hear what you had to say concerning the neighbors' concerns. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Any other questions of the applicant? Seeing none, do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve Planning Commission Resolution 10-2017 concerning South Bridge subdivision filing number 12A, lots 1 and 2, preliminary plat, subject to the following 2 conditions. 1, removal of the access restriction on South Windermere Street is conditioned upon approval of case number APD 16-00003, comma, Fourth Amendment to Area K, South Bridge filing number 12, and 2, an update to the use table on lot number 2 regarding conditional use as assisted living, comma, nursing, or memory care.
We have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing none, we vote.
The vote is unanimous and the motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm going to turn my own. Gee. I'll talk to you.
Traditionally, it can get left on.
Okay. We are going to continue with the third case, the second public hearing. When we get to 10 o'clock, we have to vote to continue or continue the meeting or continue the hearing to another date. So 10 o'clock is the, what do you call it, the witching hour?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So, public hearing B, PC Resolution 12-2017, resolution to approve a planned development overlay to allow an increase in the maximum height from 12 feet to 38 feet for a self-storage mini warehousing facility located at 5400 South Delaware Street. We have a staff presentation, please.
Surprise, it's me again. Hi, how are you? It's been a long time.
Oh, yes.
Good to see you again.
The applicant's representative, Mark Delgado, is here this evening and will make a presentation following the staff presentation. Again, Carol Kuhn representing community development. The application before you is resolution number 12-2017, a resolution to approve a planned development overlay to allow an increase in the maximum height from 12 feet to 38 feet for a self-storage mini warehousing facility located at 5400 South Delaware Street. The request to increase the maximum height for mini warehousing from 12 feet to 38 feet in the IP zone district. The proposed use is permitted in the IP industrial park zone district. However, the height, there's use-specific standards in 10-4-8 that talk about the height for mini warehousing being limited to 12 feet. The applicant is requesting deviation from this use-specific standard. The intent of a plan development overlay is that it is to provide a procedure which permits a more flexible site design and development than is possible under traditional zone districts while maintaining the land use characteristics of those districts. The process is where we are today is highlighted in red. The Planning Commission must base its decision with reviews of the proposed plan development overlays on compliance with the plan development overlay criteria, including compatibility with the citywide and neighborhood design goals and objectives, and any design standards and guidelines. Following the plan development overlay, the next steps in the development review process before issuance of a building permit are to obtain administrative review of a subdivision exemption and a site development plan. Concurrent subdivision exemption has been submitted for administrative review and approval. This submittal was received prior to the revision of the subdivision regulations and therefore is not an administrative plat or replat, as those regulations were adopted after this application was submitted. Therefore, it's being processed under the subdivision exemption regulations. The site is located at the northwest corner of South Bannock Street and West Powers Avenue on the east side of South Delaware Street. The Norgren facility is to the north of the site. To the east is B2 and IP property, and to the south and west is R5 and R5 PDO zoned properties. The subject property is a 4.42 acre parcel located within a larger parcel of 8.836 acres on a portion of plots 33, 34, 43, and 44 of the Interurban Addition subdivision dated 1907. The property is zoned IP Industrial Park District, which permits predominantly industrial land uses that can coexist in close proximity to multiple family, residential, and commercial properties. The proposal is to develop the property into a mini warehousing use, which is permitted in the zone district. The larger parcel was originally part of the Norgren Inc. development. The site is located within the Progress Park neighborhood. On the south side of West Powers Avenue, there are 3-story brick apartment buildings built in the early 1960s. On the east side of South Bannock Street, there's a variety of commercial buildings. To the north is the Norgren site, and to the south are 2-story brick apartment buildings also constructed in the early 1960s. This is a view of the site provided by the applicant, because I ran out of time today, so the applicant provided me with the photos. This is a view of the site looking north from the corner of Powers and Bannock. The site is over on the left-hand side of this photo. This is a view of the site from that same corner looking west. So this is looking down Powers towards the mountains. The site is over on the right. Proposed project includes a 38-foot multi-story storage facility with smaller 1-story storage units in the interior of the site. 1-story buildings will form a perimeter to create a fortress-style development to provide additional screening of the site interior. The applicant has chosen materials that complement the use of brick implemented throughout the surrounding neighborhood. This smaller-sized brick-toned CMU block will complement the existing brick multifamily structures located to the north and west of the proposed development. The commercial development to the east also consists of brick construction. Along the rights-of-way, the applicant has included additional windows to promote compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood. The applicant also intends to increase the amount of open space from the required 20% to 35%. The PDO exhibit describes the request to increase the use-specific maximum height for mini warehousing specified in 1048B2 from 12 feet to 38 feet. The applicant has provided an analysis pertaining to the request in both the project narrative and the intent statement on the plans, both of which are attached to the staff communication. The PDO application includes an illustrative site plan and landscape plan. At the time of site plan review, the applicant will provide a detailed site plan, landscape plan, building elevations, general grading and utility plan, as well as a photometric plan. The site plan shall comply with SDP requirements in 10.7. The landscape plan shall comply with 10.5 of the city's zoning regulations, and the photometric plan shall comply with the photometric plan requirements found in 10.15 of the city's zoning regulations. This is the site data table. The only thing the applicant is requesting deviation from is highlighted in yellow. The applicant is asking for the height to be increased from 12 feet as specified in 10.4.8. And the requirements for mini warehousing, they're asking to increase that height to 38 feet. The following slides are taken from excerpts from your staff communication, the plans. By allowing the additional height, the multi-story site design will allow for additional landscaping, the majority of which would be oriented at the site perimeter to provide a more aesthetically pleasing site design and screen the interior of the site. The applicant intends to provide an additional 15% open space, which would increase the minimum open space to 35%. The applicant has provided a creative solution to the necessary site screening and intends to utilize high-quality materials to complement the existing surrounding development. The applicant will use these single-story buildings to form that fortress around to screen the interior of the site. The next slide shows the fortress-type buildings. They're smaller and they will provide screening so the interior garage doors are not visible from the roadways. The criteria for analysis of a plan development overlay, according to 1095 development standards, the PDO intends to take advantage of the flexibility allowed by the PDO regulations. The proposed development must demonstrate special attention to creative, high-quality design and to producing a development that reinforces and complements citywide and neighborhood design goals and objectives. The staff has found that there are no specific design standards or guidelines for this area of the city. Consistency with the city-wide comprehensive plan and the Progress Park neighborhood. The proposed development will provide additional storage for residents on the north side of the city. The proposed development will be screened by the creative fortress design and the additional landscaping. The proposed development will provide an aesthetically pleasing storage facility on the north side of town. The site is zoned IP and was originally part of the Norgren Industrial Facility. The proposed development does not encroach into the existing residential areas. The applicant is proposing additional landscaping and screening, which will reduce the impact on the adjacent residential development. Also, complementary materials and colors are being proposed. The Land Use Policy 1, the proposed development is adjacent to multifamily and commercial development. Land Policy 2, in the Progress Park neighborhood plan, the applicant is not proposing to change the zone district boundaries. The self-storage mini warehousing use is permitted in the IP zone district. The applicant is seeking relief from the 12-foot height maximum as specified in 10.4.8. The applicant conducted a neighborhood meeting on January 24th, 2017. No citizens attended this meeting. The applicant has provided the address list. It's attached in the staff communications as well as an email, which indicated that no one was in attendance. Notice of the Planning Commission public hearing was sent to all property owners within 700 feet of the property. Staff finds that the proposed Ted Richardson development to allow an increase in the maximum height from 12 feet to 38 feet for a self-storage mini warehousing facility located at 5400 South Delaware Street complies with the plan development overlay criteria found in 10.9, including compatibility with the citywide and neighborhood design goals and objectives, and does not impair the intent of the land use code and can be approved. Planning Commission may take the following actions. Approve the application, to approve it subject to modification, to deny the application or table the matter to a date certain pending provision of further information by the applicant. Mark Delgado, the applicant's representative, is here, and staff is here to take any initial questions.
Any technical questions for staff?
So looking on Powers, it also looked like there's a 4-story building that's close by also. I'm curious, do you happen to have how the height of that building? It's more towards Delaware.
Towards Delaware? Up farther, up, I'm looking at this one up here. Because these are all 3 stories in here. This one up here.
Go to Powers.
Oh, Powers,
Yeah, and it's like the second in from Delaware. It looked like it was a 4-story. I was just curious.
Those appeared to be 3-story with the garden level at the bottom.
Was there, right, the 3 stories did have that, where they looked like, they had the sunken in, but there was that one that actually looked like it had the full 3 stories, and then on top there was stuff going on.
I'm sorry, I don't know the height of those. Those were done in the 60s, and I doubt we even have site plans on file for those. Just gandering a guess out there, but I bet we don't even have anything I could check other than going out and checking in the field.
Not necessary, thanks.
I'm going to break in and ask a question because you have the picture up. The location, the aerial, shows the spur going up towards the north there. I assume that's not part of the storage facility.
No, that's not part of the PDO. A portion of the site, a large portion of it is encumbered by floodplain. So the area is just down, oh, I can't get the mouse to work. It's just down here is the only area for this. It's just that portion of the site.
Okay.
This area is out of the floodplain.
Excuse me?
Out of the floodplain?
Yes, this is out of the floodplain. If it was in the floodplain, you would be seeing an application for a special exception use permit for development within the floodplain.
How far does the storage facility go? What's the picture you had before, the colored picture? Stop there. What's the western boundary of the purchase?
I don't have the plat in front of me. Can the applicant address that?
We'll wait.
He has it.
If you
I
could
didn't
bring that
include the
picture
plat
up
on here
to him.
because it was separate.
Okay. Bruce, go ahead.
2 quick ones. When they get into construction, there's going to be a lot of dirt moving around. Does this have any, since it's in proximity to Norgren, is there any hazardous materials in the ground that anybody's aware of?
I'll leave that for the applicant to address.
Fine. And then secondly, on your use table, I'm probably interpreting this incorrectly, so I'll just ask you to clarify it for me. The maximum floor area to lot area ratio, I thought you're saying there's none. I thought according to 10-9-4 sub B, it was 2-to-1. And if...
This is 10-4-8 is what governs the mini warehousing. So there isn't a floor area ratio, there's just a maximum number of structures per lot. And that's in trying to remember what section. It's also in the magical 10-4 section.
Yeah.
Where all the lovely little nuggets of wisdom hide. So that there's something in there about the number of principal structures on a lot, but 10-4-8 does not have an FAR.
Okay, Jocelyn, I don't know if you're looking it up there or not. Is it just not applicable to what we're dealing with here? When I read it, I thought it might be.
Yes, we do have in the PDO requirement, there does list the floor area. That's what you're referencing, it sounds like.
So
In the PDO section, okay.
Yeah, I mean, so if it is applicable, do we, what's the math here? Is it apply or not?
It does. We'll have to, we can have the applicant
will
further
address
address that, but you're absolutely correct, and
Yes.
we will have to rectify that in this.
Okay.
Yes, we'll fix this use table. Good catch.
Okay, thanks.
My mistake, I apologize.
No worries, yeah.
Mark, I have one question.
Yeah, go ahead. Don't go yet. Okay.
Don't go, I'm not allowed to go yet.
Oh,
No, stay.
So,
Bad plan.
so in the IP zone, there is no maximum height requirement today, correct?
Now I'm questioning everything in this table just that I put down. No, there's no maximum height in IP.
Okay. What are some other allowed uses?
Sorry, but in 10-4, because of mini warehousing, they do limit it to 12. And keep in mind, when our code was done, mini warehousing was the short, little tiny garage units all lined up. That's where mini warehousing,
Right.
things have evolved since 1972.
Right. Elevators have.
Things. And,
Yes, commercial
and,
cargo elevators and things have been in
Yeah.
the. But so, what are some other uses, just by way of example, that could go into an IP zone that could be
The
height of
Norgren
unknown.
site's, the Norgren site's one of them. It's like an industrial type use, light industrial type stuff. Manufacturing would be allowed. It's that combination. It's stuff that isn't that offensive. It's not like you're going to have some really big manufacturing facility that's going to cause dust and fumes and noise and all the stuff that would impact. It's stuff that can live compatibly with residential near it, which is where that IP zone district came from.
Okay. Okay. Anyone else?
What?
So the plan identifies timing or identifies future tree lawn. What's the timing on that?
Timing on the tree lawn, well, the site development plan will come in, and it will, prior to the issuance of a CO for the building, all the landscape improvements will need to be in.
Including the tree lawn. All right. And then regarding illumination, it appears that the building is going to be 38 feet tall or so and would have illuminated areas that are more than 20 feet above Powers Avenue, which falls into the special category in terms of, additional measures may be needed to mitigate that lighting. That would probably be dealt with at the time of photometric plan, but would it be appropriate at the time of PD overlay to restrict hours of operation of those lights or to place restrictions on maximum number of lumens? Because the concern is that these lights, which are greater than 20 feet above Powers, could be shining into people's living rooms and bedrooms across the street.
I will leave that one to the applicant, but the photometric plan is something that would be approved with the site plan. And typically we don't get into the inside of a building if the lights are on. So if the residents left all their lights on and impacted another resident, we don't get into what's on the inside of a building.
This type of use has lights on 24/7 sometimes, which is a much greater impact than someone who's a resident. The third question I had was with regard to the wall sign that's located near the top of the building. And this is probably for the applicant to address hours of operation of illumination on that sign.
So may I leave that to the applicant as well?
Yes.
Allowed to go now, or?
No.
No?
Another half hour.
Well, I mean,
No.
just over to there. I'm not actually vacating the room.
Sorry, you got to stand there. Quick questions. The rather large detention pond on the west side of the site, does that cover part of Norgren and their site, or is it just for their site?
Existing, that detention facility, that is, the applicant can address that.
Okay, we'll
There's
do
a
that.
lot that the applicant's going to address tonight. He's got his homework
Hopefully he's
cut
making
out
a
for him.
list, okay.
But that is a large detention facility. And of course, this is still just evaluating the height, and then all of that, the full drainage study will be submitted at the time of
Yes,
site plan
of
and
course.
also evaluated with the subdivision
I was
exemption.
just curious. I know it's handled at that stage. How are the neighborhood residents notified, specifically apartment dwellers? When you send out the notices, is it just to the building or owners, or do you do every single resident apartment unit?
Well, the code amendment that was put into place several months ago that provided for that notice, it's just to property owners. There's no way to track residents. It's whoever owned the apartment buildings. That's who received the notice.
So I'm sorry, so apartment dwellers do not get a notice?
Correct.
Because I noticed that they had the public meeting and nobody showed up. Okay. Made me curious about how they're not notified. I also have questions, maybe we can ask the applicant, also about the signage. They're plastered on both Powers and South Bannock Street.
Signage is not approved with the PDO or the site development plan. Signage will have to be approved as a separate permit and approved in accordance with the sign code.
Okay.
So it's just shown for illustrative purposes only.
Got it. Thank you. Any other questions for staff? Seeing none, applicant presentation. And I will be interrupting you at 10 o'clock to take a vote here, whether to continue this hearing or to continue it to another date.
We're just doing that. Why? We're at a natural break.
How many people signed up to speak?
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Let's do it now. What's the feeling of Commission, continue past the 10 o'clock?
How many
Sorry?
people
Another
signed
half
up to
hour?
speak?
What, I'm sorry?
How many people signed up to speak?
How many people signed up to speak? One. Okay.
Say we finish.
Going. Keep going? We have general consent?
Yes.
We will continue past 10 then. Great. Go ahead.
My name is Mark Delgado, 680 South Harrison Street, Denver, Colorado, 80209. Chair, Pro Tem, and Commission, thanks so much for having us tonight. I'm an architect with DCB Construction.
If you want to, you can move that
does this go
up
up
a little bit so you don't have
Oh,
to
there we
bend.
go.
There you go. That's got to be more comfortable.
I'm an architect with DCB Construction. I'm joined by the property owner, David Richardson, trustee of the Ted Richardson 2015 Trust, as well as the rest of our design team, including our civil engineer as well, who could potentially might need to answer a few questions on drainage and the sizing of the pond. We, as a company, DCB, we've been in the self-storage. We made it a niche market about, I'd say, 8 years ago. And I'd say within the last 5 years, we've seen a real industry shift from your standard single-story drive-up product to more like a Class A type multi-story facilities. And I'd say today about, at least the projects we work on, about 90% of our projects have some type of multi-story component. So I think there's a variety of factors. I think there's a desire for the market to be in urban areas because that's where people live. Number one, I think there's an influx of population density in commercial and residential cores, hence sort of the influx of multifamily housing that you see around. And then finally, it's just increased design standards by municipalities, planners, as far as wanting self-storage facilities to mimic retail, office, mixed-use type development. So that kind of combination, I think, is what has kind of pushed the industry away from the single story that you might still see more in rural areas to the multi-story, predominant multi-story product. The first slide here, you're asking about some of the permitted uses. So as I go through this, I'm going to try my best to address some of the questions that you guys had. But as Carol mentioned, every other use, there's a list of most of the uses permitted in IP by right, self-storage being one of them. But self-storage has the supplemental standard that limits height, which I'm not exactly sure why. It perhaps was just like you said, in the 70s, it was probably never thought perhaps that a self-storage facility would even be more than one floor. I don't know the reason. But there's a list of uses, and the only other supplemental standard I could find was cell phone towers would have a 100-foot limit, but every other use in the district is unlimited, just governed by the FAR, so, and lot coverage. As Carol mentioned, I'll try to go through these slides relatively quick. What we'd like to demonstrate is we'd like to utilize the plan development overlay process as an instrument to get our height approved from 12 feet to 38 feet. And by doing so, demonstrate how we meet the intent of what the PDO is all about, which is basically provides flexibility for more efficient site design. And as long as you maintain the use characteristics of that zone district. And finally, the approval criteria, which is high quality design while reinforcing and complementing the citywide and neighborhood goals and objectives. So as far as meeting the intent, our sort of action on that, and we've done some studies, is that we could build an all single story facility and meet the standard, but it would require an additional 1.5 acres of land. It just doesn't seem like good planning, good design, particularly when the market is shifting to multi-story climate-controlled type facilities. And finally, as far as intent, the proposed height modification will have no impact on the use characteristics of the IP zone district, mainly because we are not deviating from anything in the IP zone district. It's the supplemental standard that we're deviating from, which is the mini storage warehouse supplemental standards. And what we'll demonstrate with this presentation is, and Carol did a good job, she pointed out most of these items, but our high quality enhanced design relates to both site design, buffering, and architecture. We're exceeding the minimum open space requirements by 75%, situating most of that open space on the lower density west side of the property, the residential side. And that falls into demonstrating the creative site design and landscape screening of adjacent residential uses. The project, as Carol mentioned, we have a material board here, but we're tying in with a lot of the existing context as far as materials, massing, that being the use of different types of masonry on the buildings, mimicking kind of and enhancing kind of what's already there in the neighborhood. The project will propose new streetscape improvements, including new sidewalk and tree lawn. What's existing, it does not meet current code, so we're going to be putting a new detached sidewalk in on both Bannock and Powers, and we'll get to that illustrative in a second. And finally, the project, even though the use is already a by right, generally just speaking, self-storage is a quiet use, averaging about 30 vehicle trips per day. And the self-storage generally works well as a buffer between high-intensity commercial, which we have on Broadway, on the Broadway corridor, and the residential land uses. Just as a kind of reiteration of the comp plan and the citywide plan, and is that self-storage is a support service not only to residents but also to businesses. And so the attached context map shows the site relative, the blue outline are the nearby businesses. It's estimated 20 to 30% of the customer base will come from businesses and 70 to 80% residential users. The property owner commissioned a feasibility study, Advantage Advisors LLC, dated September 12th, which identified the need and underserved area to the south and east and southeast of the site. And the competition has high occupancy rates. So there's a definite need was identified in the study. Here's an exhibit to clarify one of the questions regarding the PDO having to do with where the lot delineation is. So we have about, with the right-of-way dedication, we have about 3 3/4 of an acre on the east side of the overall 8.8 acre site. And the yellow highlights to the right show the context photos that we're trying to illustrate here. This is the Broadway corridor to give you an idea of the type of developments, massing-wise, use-wise, that are found along the Broadway corridor adjacent to the site. You'll find pad retail, a very large office, I think that's the Wells Fargo building, some automotive services, strip retail, and car dealerships. North of the site is, as Carol mentioned, the Norgren facility. There's also the backside of a large strip retail building with relatively blank wall there, their loading area. And then on the other side, you can see the front side of that strip retail that's just north east of the facility. And some were asking some questions about the other uses there, and I'm sorry, the height of the surrounding residential. And so here are a few photos depicting those heights. As you can see, most of these buildings are 3, 4, even 5 stories is what we found. And so we don't feel the height of 38 feet will adversely impact the surrounding neighborhood. And as we also mentioned, we're using complementary materials, stack bond, running bond combinations to kind of play off of the existing multifamily housing projects that are around the site. And so here's an overall illustrative. And what this, the idea of this exhibit is to again show that parcel 2 is not to be considered part of the PDO application. Only the 3.74 acres of parcel 1. So by approving the PDO, it doesn't have any impact on what would be done on the adjacent site, just for clarification. That's 4.91 acres of IP zoning. We did a study to see how much bigger we would have to go, and this orange area there shows that additional 1.26 acres that would be required in order to accommodate a full an all single-story product, which we really don't want to do that. And also, by going multi-story, we're able to take advantage of more open space, and this is an open space exhibit, and this shows that we're exceeding the open space requirements by about 75%. So we're going, as Carol said, from 20% to 25%. The site, as Carol mentioned, we're utilizing a fortress-style design. We've worked with the city to identify various design standards that I'll go over just before we hit the elevations. But as you can see, the detached sidewalks, primary access is coming off of Powers. We're about close to 200 feet off of the Bannock Street intersection, and we've discussed these access points in detail with the engineering staff. And off of South Bannock, we do have an emergency access for fire department and maintenance. It's not intended to be a primary access point off of Bannock. As mentioned, there are no architectural design standards applicable to the site, so we worked with staff very early on in the process we probably had about 2 or 3 kind of iterations to make sure that we were in fact exceeding expectations as far as architecture and site design. And we identified these key pieces to be part of the design standards, and that is facades along Bannock, Powers, and along the west property line facing Delaware would be predominant masonry of at least 2 different types. In addition, those same elevations, we would incorporate windows to sort of mimic the surrounding multifamily housing developments. And then we would utilize the fortress-style planning concept in order to minimize views from outside the public right-of-way into the loading areas. We're also incorporating material changes, roof height changes, steps to visually break up the massing in the building. As in addition, exterior overhead loading doors will be oriented internally to the site, again, to minimize views from the right-of-way. Finally, colors and materials should complement the surrounding neighborhood. No flashy primary colors, reds and yellows and neon greens and that kind of stuff. And looking at enhanced architecture, you have to also look at the competition. These are a few of the surrounding facilities in the area. There's an extra space on the bottom left off of Bellevue. It's a multi-story facility. It's basically using one material, stucco, with some color changes. We feel our project easily exceeds those requirements. The self-storage on the top left is the public storage on Bellevue and basically right next door to that extra space. And the top right is Brookstone, I believe, Brookridge self-storage. That is northeast of our site. All stucco. There is a small masonry base on that, but it's predominantly stucco. We've looked at the elevations, again, punched window treatments, glazing, masonry, the fortress concept reinforced here. And we do have a material board here that kind of touches on the materials that we're proposing to use for the project. As well, while you're looking at the materials, this enlarged view kind of gets you a little bit closer into looking at the proposed relief, articulation of materials, massing, heights, roof overhangs. It kind of gets you a little bit closer into the project. Again, predominantly masonry at the areas mentioned, and warm colors complementary to the surrounding neighborhood. And finally, this is an illustrative view of what the final project will look like. Again, the signage is shown for illustrative purposes. We're not proposing any waiver to the signage standards. We expect that to be reviewed by separate permit. We actually submitted a lighting plan that did in fact meet all of the dark sky compliant requirements, fully cut off fixtures, but we were asked to remove that. There was too much information apparently for, for the PDO process, but we have looked at lighting. We've already completed a photometric, and we feel confident that we'll be able to meet or exceed those standards. We are here to answer any questions, and trying to think if hours of operation, sorry, I should touch on that before I stop here. Generally, hours are between, office hours are between 7 or 8 a.m. to about 6 p.m. And then generally there are off hours between, extended hours, I'm sorry, between 6 and 11. And after that point, the facility would be closed to the public. So that basically is what we've seen in the industry. There, let me see if I have any. The pond size. All right, let's go back to that real quick. I'll let our civil engineer, Mark Saval, touch on kind of why we're so enormous on that pond.
I don't know if I'd say enormous, but my name is Mark Saval. I'm a professional engineer with Redland. We're at 1500 Canal Court in Littleton. So we're the civil engineers on the project, and probably the reason you're thinking it looks a little bit out of proportion is when we deal with stormwater management, this handles just this site. Everything here flows to the northwest onto the Norgren property. And so when we deal with stormwater management, we have to provide a storage volume of water, which stores the water, which is the difference between the developed runoff, which is a higher rate compared to the existing historic runoff that we have to meet at our property line. So that difference results in a volume. Typically, we would provide a pond that's deeper. So to provide a volume, if you have a greater depth, the footprint gets smaller. In this case, there's really no infrastructure that we're tying into. There's no storm sewer, there's no ditch, drainage way, or anything. We are basically sheet flowing onto the Norgren property, and so we have to mimic that, which means we are basically having to discharge our release from this site pretty much at the existing grade. And so it's limiting how much depth we can provide. And because our depth is limited, it's making the footprint wider than probably what you would see if we had a storm sewer we were connecting to that was 5 feet below grade. That would allow us to have more depth and a smaller footprint. So that's basically the reason.
And we're here to answer any other questions that you guys might have.
Thank you. Questions for the applicant? Lynn?
Several storage areas have residences on hand. Is that going to be here, or is that going to be a manager that comes in during those business hours?
Yeah, there will not be a live-in manager. It will be operated by a professional management company.
Just a couple of thoughts. I really appreciate the attention to detail that you spent on this design. It is, you had one of my storage units where I use up there that doesn't have nearly the beauty that this does, I shall say, though it is situated in a way where you don't see it much. But this is, doing some research online is definitely the way it's trending, and we're finding more and more people do need storage, like you're saying, and want it close by to where they're living. So it does meet a need. You were saying that it would have about 35% open space?
That's correct.
I play around with the idea, and I throw it out to the other commissioners about perhaps just having that as a condition of this, is to keep the open space. The open space around this is a huge attribute to it. Mm-hmm. And it's nice in the neighborhood. There truly isn't not a lot of open space, you know, with the way they are situated. And considering you're doing a tree lawn also is it really beautifies the neighborhood quite a bit.
Yeah, with the tree lawn, we'd be even more than that. The open space does not include the right-of-way improvements, so.
I just throw that out as an idea.
Is the open space already part of the package, called out?
20% called out.
No, I mean, in their
I don't
PDO.
believe so. I believe it's on our land data table. I don't know if it's officially.
The app, yeah, the app.
I don't know if we'd have issue with that, if that was.
Yeah,
part
if you're
of-
comfortable with that, but the applicant has just kept it with what the minimum was, using the enhanced design as the offset for the height without adding that element in, but it's entirely up to them if they would like to
Is staff
accept that
comfortable to
condition.
have that included in our
Staff
motion?
Staff is fine with it as long as the applicant can meet it and not be bumping up against some sort of problem.
You know, I mean, we are in the PDO process, and it's certainly something we could look at. So do we have any issue with that, Mark? I don't think we do. Can we get 30%
Like, say,
on
30
that,
or
just so
something?
we have some flexibility? I mean,
Yeah,
you never
I
know
agree.
if,
Flexibility is good.
you know, the Denver water is going to need an easement or something. I mean, we'd be happy with 30, but if you know.
Sounds good.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you.
So you could add a condition of approval added on to a motion that they would increase the open space from 20% to 30% with the PDO. And we will update the site data table and fix that other piece in the site data table as well.
And I only say that because we're right at 35.2, so we just would want a little.
I
just
agree.
In case there's some
Flexibility is good.
engineering that comes into play.
Definitely.
We'll let you make the motion then.
You bet.
Other questions for applicant?
I do, if nobody else does. So how many units are in this?
Approximately, we're not final with the design, but we have around 800 units.
Okay, and so the 30 units per day, is that based on the 800 units, or is that just a general?
Yeah, there's statistics you can look at. There's like an interesting self-storage kind of almanac publication that breaks down region, size, number of units, and if you put all those together, then it'll kind of help you generate it's kind of like a matrix that gives you some rough guidelines for anticipated daily trips, number of parking stalls, all sorts of statistics like that.
So the 30 is based on it?
It's based on that, yeah.
Size is included in that metric? Or in that
Yes.
calculation?
Yes, number of units is included in that, that's correct.
And then I'm interested in the lighting, I guess, as well. So the exterior, presumably, I mean, you've got some security here, so I guess I have a couple of questions about security, but lighting, you're going to have exterior lighting presumably and interior lighting that will be on 24 hours? Or?
No, typically the lighting is on motion sensors, so,
Okay.
So there might be some high security areas where you do want to have some light. I mean, you want also to discourage suspicious activity in the facility. You want people to feel like their storage goods are safe, and so there is some level of lighting. I wouldn't want the facility turned off at a certain time. You want to distract that type of activity. So generally there are going to be lights on around the building, but at all times we would plan to always meet or exceed the minimum standards identified in the zoning ordinance. So,
And staff would like to remind the commission that's something we don't consider during the PDO process, and we consider in the site development plan. And we have the authority in the SDP process to set standards.
Right, yeah, my concern is that this is an IP, and then across the street you've got residential. So the concern, I would echo, that you'd have lighting designed to point downwards instead of across the street.
Yeah,
sort of
that's
thing.
the plan. And
Whether
again, yeah.
whether it meets the guidelines of the IP or
But
not.
we have authority in the code to set lighting curfews for nuisance lighting. So any lighting that would impact residents, we can impose within the SDP process or otherwise a lighting curfew.
Okay.
And just a follow-up, the lighting regulations do require that all lights be full cutoff and fully shielded. So there, and that's in 1015. And the reason why lighting is coming up is you guys typically don't see site development plans where there's a photometric plan with it. So that's all covered in 1015.
Okay, all right. And then presumably, again, it's controlled access. Do you have doesn't look like, I don't see a fence, although it's a small, I don't see a fence around the big building, but is there a fence around the smaller buildings?
Yeah, we have the entire facility is secured, and that's something I should have mentioned during the site design overview. But yeah, there are 2 control points, both with keypad access. Right here, just past the leasing office parking area, we have a cantilever gate with keypad and another gate on this side. And then there is a perimeter fence, a decorative fence that would come around here, finish off these ends, and then this little piece right here. So the entire facility is in fact secure. And another item is it also, there's also 24-hour video surveillance on the facility.
Okay, and then so that emergency access, do renters have access? Is that also keypad for renters, or?
It's going to be more of a secondary, so there might be a keypad. It won't be like the kind where you would pull up and it's right there. It would more be on the gate, so it's not something we would encourage on a regular basis. But generally, you want to encourage everyone to come in from this point. But the full details of the operation haven't been officially established, so we wanted to keep that flexible for this.
But presumably, emergency, like the fire department would have.
Correct. Yeah. So there'll be hardware on the keypad there to ensure that emergency vehicles can access from both points.
Okay. Good. Thanks.
Anything down here?
None of my questions have to do with height. So.
Anybody else?
A couple of the questions to reiterate. When you guys start turning dirt on this, what's the condition of the soils? Are we dealing with a hazmat site?
No, this is not a hazmat site. It's been there were some early investigations on the site, and the state environmental department has issued the site a no further action. So that it's been determined that there is no on-site mediation of dirt or anything that needs to be done, and we'd be happy to send you those documents or send staff those documents.
Yeah,
so
probably wouldn't hurt.
We can add that to the case file in our project tracking system if you would send that.
I might have already sent it, but I could maybe not. I'll send. But yeah, we have all of that on file.
Okay. And then the question about the use table. Do you have some sort of an idea mathematically what the floor area to lot area ratio is?
Yep, the floor area ratio is 0.73.
Okay.
And our lot coverage, our building coverage is 30, but it should be less than 35%. It's 34.9% because we're only allowed 35% per the self-storage, not IP, that's a self-storage supplemental standard that we're meeting, so.
Okay.
So that was.
Sorry, FAR was what again?
0.73 to 1.
0.73.
Correct.
All right.
So the error in the presentation was my error. It was on their application right now, but their floor area ratio is on there at the bottom of their application, I believe, right, Mark?
Correct.
FAR,
yeah, we have
yes.
the floor area
so that
ratio
was my
is on our PDO.
error.
No autopsy, no foul. What's the width of the sidewalks you're proposing? I want to say the county community block grants, we've been putting in, 10-footers?
The sidewalk on these are both, I believe, collectors, and we've been through all of this with engineering, so we're not this is not our design, this is the city's, but we have, so it's important to note that we are anticipating future, where the sidewalk would eventually need to be at future build out at some point
right.
Should these streets ever be widened, which there's no need to do that right now, but the sidewalks are 7.5 feet wide. I'm sorry, 5 feet wide with a 7.5-foot tree lawn.
Okay.
And that's not our design. That's been dictated by the engineering department.
And those will be further evaluated with the site development plan, but they are evaluated based on the type of roadway classification, and these are collectors, and so collectors warrant a certain size of sidewalk. Some of the other CDBG monies that you've been working with may have had a larger road. It could have been an arterial or a collector, and those do dictate a larger sidewalk width on an arterial.
Okay. And are you guys going to be, it looked like from your picture that you're undergrounding utilities, is that correct?
The property owner has committed to undergrounding the materials, at which point council, city engineering decides it's necessary. But all of our on-site utilities are going to be underground. So, for example, electricity, gas, obviously water and sewer, all going to be underground. So
There's an agreement that the city has that they are adding to the subdivision exemption, the site plan, and the PDO application that state that all underground, at the time that city council deems the applicant is required, they enter into a legal agreement that the applicant will underground all of the utilities.
Okay, thanks.
That it? Anyone else? Mine will be brief. You're asking for 38-foot, is that correct, height limit?
That's correct.
Your drawings show 3510 to the highest point. Is there wiggle room in there, or?
Yeah, it goes back to kind of like the landscape piece. The way the city kind of the definition of height, since we're still a little bit early in the process, to be honest, 40 would be nice just to make sure, but it's up to you guys if you want to give us that. But 38, we feel like we can make it work, but just because the grading is still at a relatively preliminary stage, we wanted to give ourselves a little wiggle room.
Okay. Fencing, is it something somebody can hop over, or is it going to be 10-foot high electrified, or barbed wire, or
nothing
what?
like that. No, it'll be ornamental, sort of wrought iron style, along the near the cantilever gates there on the rear of the property and the sides there. So it will not be no barbed wire or anything like that.
The wire up. Right. Cortina wire at the top.
So someone could hop over it and get.
Yeah, if somebody really wants to break in, and then again, that's why we like to have additional provisions with supplement. You want to create a safe environment that discourages that type of activity. So.
Well, you mentioned the fortress style, but you do have openings so people can see through, from the neighborhood, which I like.
Yeah.
It's not totally.
That's true. Yeah.
Nothing but solid wall.
Yeah.
I assume you also have security cameras throughout.
Correct. Not just on the multi-story, but also the drive-ups will have a security system.
Doberman, I heard? Yes. Denied. Let's see. To pry into your business, you don't have an option for that west side piece of property, correct?
I'm sorry, I don't know if I understand your
The properties to the west of you you don't have an option to purchase that.
The property owner, our client, the property owner actually has control of the entire 8.8 acres. So.
Okay. I see. Okay. Pretty much the last one is windows. Are those real windows or spandrel or what?
The windows on the single story, they're all going to be spandrels, so that kind of ties into some of the comments about there won't be any, as far as visibility is concerned. The windows really the only vision glass we have on the project is, let me get to an elevation here. The windows around the leasing office and kind of facing on the multi-story facing Bannock, that's sort of the prime focal point of the project. So those are vision windows. As it wraps just that little bit before you hit that first parapet on drawing 2 along Bannock, wrapping around from Powers. But once that midsection and everything to the north, the smaller kind of tall punch windows, those are most likely intended to be spandrel.
Yeah, okay.
So.
That's all my questions. Anyone else? Thank you.
You.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, so quick question on the sign illumination. Is the plan to turn off the illumination on the signs at the close of normal business hours at 11 p.m.?
Potentially, I don't know. We'd want to take advantage of visibility not being right on the Broadway section there, but certainly if it sounded like we were going to work through curfew items with lighting through the SDP process, but.
And I'm not sure, I may have misunderstood. Would we be applying curfew with the PDO stage, or is that something that staff
That'd be
applies?
separate for the SDP process, or even after the SDP is completed, we could use our code to enforce a curfew. We're not saying it's going to happen. I'm just saying we have the ability if it arises to be a problem.
Okay. I don't think there's a need to have the lights on at 1 in the morning in that neighborhood, so I don't think it'd be an issue. But.
Yeah, and to the point of, without the PDO, there would be no visibility to Broadway because you'd have a 12-foot height limit. So there wouldn't be an opportunity for wall signs to be that visible. So something for the commission to keep in mind.
Thank you. Thank you. Now open it up to the public comment portion of our hearing. We had one sign up. I think she's walking. No, we have a few. I need to go down this list in order. Tommy John Williams. Just signed in, didn't say whether he was in favor of it, did not say yes or no when speaking. Cindy Gear, also not here. She's in favor of the project. Joe Gear is in favor of the project. Joe, I assume, is also not here. Is that a John? John Benza? John's not here. He's in favor of the project, wishes to speak, but he's not here. Maybe. Pam, finally, get to you.
Thanks, Planning Commission. I'm Pam Chadbourne. I live a block and a half from here. So my bottom line is that when staff says we typically don't get into that lighting or signage, it assumes the height limit of 12 feet for storage. It assumes the height limit of 12 feet for storage. You folks are considering whether to raise that, and that means that you must consider the impact of lighting and signage, and I'm very pleased that many of you brought that up. So you have no obligation to approve this for market reasons. 800 units is going to make a fortune in this market. If some of you have storage units, you already know that. These guys are going to make money if they built 1 story per our code. They would make money if they build to our code. So I miss the compulsion to change this. Yeah, there is a change in the market, but not in this neighborhood. If you look at the competitors, none of them were near residences, none of them. This is housing that is rare in Littleton, affordable, and multifamily. These were built purposely by the people who designed Littleton after the war to provide housing for the young engineers, the people who came to work at Martin without families. That's what this is for, except now increasingly more people are living in them because of the economic times. So I don't see the compelling reason from the city's point of view to approve this. I get that it's great for them. But for the residences who are near here, and there's a number of them, this doesn't help them, it hurts them. And great to a couple of you for pointing out, the city approved notifying only property owners. And I believe I was the only person or one of 2 who spoke against that. Notify the renters, I said. It's not that it's not unavailable. You can get that through the county. It's not unavailable. I can go get it from the county online now. So renters could have been notified, and they were not. So they didn't have a chance to speak about this. To me, there isn't any question here. So if you consider anything 2 stories maximum to match the other residences, and be aware that the lighting's going to shine down, and that this is going to affect the residences and the quality of life for people who live here 24/7. They are more important than these huge profits from this place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak that hasn't signed up? Seeing none, does the applicant wish to add anything else to the presentation?
I don't have anything to add, but I'm here to answer any more questions if any come up. Thanks.
Seeing no hands raised for questions, we'll now close the public comment portion of the hearing and go to a motion.
And before we begin, Commissioners, legal has a request for a potential condition for your consideration. We found some ambiguity we'd like to address concerning signage, and we'd ask that a condition be placed on any potential approval that any signage that would be part of the project be in conformance with our signage requirements are required during the SDP process.
Repeat the last part again, see.
Essentially, that any signage that be as part of this project would be in conformance with the signage requirements imposed during the SDP process.
So added an additional condition of approval to just clarify and solidify that any signage would have to comply and be evaluated and be compliant with our sign code, just for clarification purposes.
Okay. Yeah. Pam, you got that? Because you're going to be making the motion with your other item.
Robin.
Oh, Robin, I'm sorry.
I think so, but I might have to clarify.
And lighting is the same?
And lighting would be the same in conformance with 10-15 of the city's zoning regulations. And I did want to point out that I did receive public note, the information about the affidavit of posting for the property. It was both posted and notice was sent to the property owners. So I just wanted to clarify that. I did not open that up in the record.
All right, I'll make my attempt. Okay. So, I move to approve PC Resolution 12-2017 concerning the Ted Richardson Development PDO to allow an increase in the maximum height from 12 feet to 38 feet for a self-storage mini warehousing facility located at 5400 South Delaware Street with the following conditions: that the open space be increased from 20 to 30%, and here's where I might need some help, and that the signage and lighting comply with the SDP process. Is that?
Be evaluated at the time.
That the lighting and signage be evaluated at the time of the SDP process.
And be in conformance with the city's regulations.
And in conformance with the city regulations.
And be in conformance with the city's regulations. Does that work, Brandon?
That works for legal.
Okay. Everybody got that? You need to repeat it? No. Uh-oh.
Second.
You didn't write it down?
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? I think we've come to the end of our discussion for the evening. Okay. Seeing, I'll give you 30 seconds.
That's fine. No, I think, again, just for, as a matter of form here, again, the whole PDO concept is, in this case, since is in fact a rezone and not an amendment. Good catch. Essentially what we are doing, again, to reiterate, is we're exchanging some flexibility regarding the zone for, again, amenities that the community wouldn't otherwise get. I think this is a high-quality project. It looks like they are doing a nice job with materials, with design. I think it'll blend in well with the neighborhood. You've got larger buildings. If anything, I think it could enhance property values in the vicinity. I believe there is need for this. I think again, preponderance of evidence that is being presented in the hearing suggests that it's in compliance with the neighborhood plans and the comprehensive plan as well as the code, and therefore I will support it accordingly.
Mike, I was a little concerned when I first opened this up. Quite frankly, this site has obsolete zoning, industrial zoning. Should have been changed many years ago. I'm not a real fan of self-storage. I consider it to be a dead use. But in this case, it's a use by right on an industrial site, and I have to acknowledge that and honor that. There's also a need. What I envisioned, and I've envisioned this for the site for many years, is residential use, a community center near the lake to the north, townhomes 3-4 stories high to the east, stepping down with terraces, stepping down to lower buildings towards the west. That's a pipe dream, I guess, but that was always my vision for this site when it was going to be developed. I opened it up with trepidation. Opened up the packet with trepidation, but I was really pleasantly surprised with the quality of the architecture. Well done. I'd rather see the 3-story building than the 12-foot high huts that we see so much of. The dreariness of self-storage facilities elsewhere, some in Littleton. So I thought the architecture was quite well done. I like your siting of the buildings, the taller building in the northeast corner, lower buildings towards the northwest and to the west. I'd rather look at this taller building again than the huts that I normally see. So it will get my vote in favor. Any other comments? We are ready to vote. Good.
All right, the vote is unanimous and the motion carries.
3 cases and 3 unanimous. That's pretty rare.
Gee, and it only took 4 hours.
Got it down? I think. Thank you. Comments and updates from staff.
Briefly, just to give you, you do have a full agenda of case hearings at your next meeting on the 26th, 2 rezonings, and you do have 1 PDO on the first meeting in July at the moment. So with that, the only other update, we are having some community discussions called Littleton Listens coming up, and the first ones will be talking about downtown and parking, June 22nd and the 24th, and I'll make sure I send out invitations to you all, but you're invited for that. So that's all I have.
Commissioner comments, any? Oh.
Yeah, boards and commissions dinner is?
Yes, that is Thursday this week.
Yeah, I think so.
Hopefully we've all signed up.
Thank you, I forgot about that
Heck of a good time.
What is it? It's 5:30, right?
6.
Well, no. Wait till we adjourn. Wait till we adjourn. You cannot do that afterwards. Sorry.
Thank you. Any comments from commissioners?
I just had a quick question. I think I read in the Littleton report that we now have city staff. Do we have a city manager and city attorney?
Oh, yes.
Kind of.
Yes, and we have, if you sign up for that Littleton, the email, the e-news, you'll get the updates. So the city manager, Mark Ralph, was appointed by city council, and so that is final, and he's officially the city manager. We have, tonight, probably should have introduced him or asked him to stay, but we now have a city engineer, Brent Thompson. He was here with our traffic engineer. So he's only been here a couple of weeks. We also have an assistant city engineer, so that's also great to have engineering fully staffed. And today, the acting assistant city manager started, so that's great. And we also do have an acting public works manager, or director rather, and he started 2 weeks ago. Okay. So it's pretty exciting to have all those positions.
Yeah. We have a contingency.
And lastly, the city attorney will start July 1st, or whatever that first day is, shortly thereafter, the beginning of July.
Okay, great.
We'll be here a while because he's not licensed in the state, so.
Pending the bar.
One question I have is on the Bellevue corridor plan progress. Could you give us a small update?
Yes, you are busy in the rest of this month with hearing cases as well as the beginning of July. And so I expect that'll be coming back soon. The caveat being that City Council will be talking about their priorities that they wanted to get underway. And remember, that's what we talked about. This was one of the ones they wanted to start in the next remainder of their term, if you will. And so they'll be looking at the overall picture in July. So we expect that it'll coincide pretty soon to get it back in front of you guys, but it's going to council to bless it one final time to say, yes, these are the things we want you to start moving forward. Okay. And then I guess the other thing, although it's not anytime soon, but I believe it's in October is when we have or if we need to before that, some joint meeting, but at least we've got on the calendar just your average or your general check-in meeting with City Council. It's in October. But again, if we need something before that, we can do a joint study session then.
Thank you.
All right. Do you want to make a comment? You do.
I have just had a question regarding the zone change use table update. Is that anywhere in the reality of life?
So yes, like I said, that would be one of the other things at our last study session when we were talking about brainstorming for the Bellevue corridor. Okay. That one we know is a priority, and council then will give us direction on all the other projects that we have pending. So I'm not sure where that one will fall out.
If your real name is Robin?
I think it is. Well, who knows after tonight? I'm not sure anymore. So this is also a comment on the Bellevue corridor. You know, we had a couple of citizens come up and discuss that with us, and I'd been thinking about this. And one of the things our new city manager, who really spoke a lot when he was acting city managers, he's really recommending that we get citizens involved up front and not wait to go farther into the process. And one of the things they've been, finding is that the citizens have great ideas to bring up front. So I'd really like to throw that out as something to emphasize here so that we get the citizens involved immediately. And also, as a new commissioner, I know this was mentioned at the study session. I think Brian said it, I'm not sure, but having more information on the process since I haven't done this. We went through a bunch of goals, and I did go through the website you gave, which was extremely helpful, and I appreciate that. I'd like to see more of what the process for us will look like so that it's easier for someone new like myself to be able to give better input and be better prepared. So I just
yes,
throw
so
this
that
out.
is part of the whole conversation. Agree 100%. That is the intention behind this Littleton Listens and any future community engagement process. Of course, we would want to have community input from the start for whatever we're talking about. And so the brainstorming was just to start thinking about it. We didn't come up with anything in stone. We didn't say, oh, we're jumping, to the middle of it. That was just to start talking about it and thinking about it. So absolutely, we'll have more conversations. And generally, just so you know, the other intention would be that when we have public comment in that capacity, staff will be following up with anyone who makes comments like that. So I will definitely be reaching out to Mr. Bruns and make sure that have a conversation with him and take his input as we continue on this journey as well.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Speaking of downtown parking, I understand the View House has a soft open this Wednesday.
I didn't quite hear what you were saying. Maybe speak a little closer.
Speaking of downtown parking, the View House has a soft opening this Wednesday, is my understanding.
Grand opening on Thursday.
Anything else?
That's not an endorsement.
We could go on, but let's adjourn.
Are we invited?
I got invited.
No.
Did you?